Actually, hold on. We have a better song. We need to bring back a classic. Where is it? Where is it? I need it. I need it. Come on, how deep is it in here? Where? Ah, there it is. Yes. Excellent. Excellent. Why are you shaking a monkey's paw at me? I haven't done anything. Yet. I haven't done anything yet. Fantastic. Anyway. Hi, chat. How are you doing? How are you doing today? Did you miss me? Who the fuck? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, hold on. Oh, there we go. There we go. No, this was 1.0. This was the first model I ever had. And you can tell because the mouth tracking is kind of shit.
Making a mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't spread over every egg.
Ooh. Ooh. Oh, I just got the worst sensory overload. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Okay. You know what else you can tell with this model? Let me see. This? Is this what you want? April Fools, it was you? Huh? Wait, what did Sugar do? Oh, the punch? The whoever redeemed the punch? Who was it? Beef? Beef! Beef! You rat bastard. I forget, does this thing even have expressions? All right. Just the disgust lines. The blush. Oh. It happens. Shit, it's April Fools. There's no rules. Ugh, April Fools, man. April Fools. I've fallen for it once before. I have not fallen for anything this year because I basically know at this point if I see a goofy product or a game update, it's definitely a fucking lie. But how are you doing today, chat? How is your April Fools? What trouble have you been getting into today? Did you miss me? Everyone gets timeout. In the name of April Fools, timeout everyone in chat. No, I'm kidding. Don't do that. Don't do that. You get Half-Life 4? Are we skipping Half-Life 3? Is that what we're doing? We're skipping Half-Life 3? My ass just woke up, so not much. Ooh. Ooh. MTG spoilers, we just got new Froggy Boy for Commander. Let's go. Okay, was that announced today or was that announced like a while ago? Also, I forgot how much I need to move for this model to like react. It does not have a big range of motion, which is unfortunate. That's what happens when you get a first-time model artist and you just get a friend to rig it. A friend who had done like 3 rigging projects. Oh, you're right. We do need to do new fish. All right, who's on the leaderboard? And Sunstar, followed by Beef, so it stays the same. God damn it, Sugar, stop fishing! I'm trying to reset it. You did steal first today, which I'm actually proud of you, because it wasn't one of the people who usually get it. You missed. My goodness. No matter how much some things change, they always stay the same. The background on the model changed, and literally nothing else did. Here's the reset button. Start new leaderboard. Save and close. There we go. All right, new fishing step. Oh, like I forgot I could do big cheek puff on this one.
All right, time to execute my trick.
Excellent. Excellent.
What was
brick? Brick. April Fools, you care now? Jesus. It's not like opposite day, you fucking goofball. And now I've been censored. All the censor. Okay, it's actually kind of funny. You can still kind of see where the boobs are through the censor. That's crazy. The crevice. The crevice. But, ooh. I don't think there's any news to talk about today, chat. Oh, good Lord, what is this? Oh, no. Of course, you can see where the boobs are. Nothing can censor that. What do you mean? What does that mean? These aren't that big by VTuber standards. Fuck you, April rules all? Really? Really? Browser almost crashed the third time because they closed a single tab out of the 4 I had open. What? The pinwheel baps? Oh, yes. Maki's pinwheel baps. Oh, no. Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Imagine if instead of spending billions on weapons, Iran spent that money on its people. They'd have a much different country. Just kind of stare him down. Just, really, my guy? Really? This fucking Lasgar. The self-awareness of a fucking drugged hamster. And non-existent self-awareness. Insane. I did it was last year. I said I would open a Schmanly Fange, which I did, but I didn't upload anything. I mean, I've done the same thing. I have a Schmansly. I don't post anything. Okay. Hi, Kafka. How are you doing? I'm trying to see if I can find any other news that almost definitely isn't a fucking, what's the word? That isn't an April Fool's thing, basically. Oh, good Lord. No. The skin stapler? What the fuck? Skin stapler? Oh, God damn it. Real news like New Jersey letting people pump their own stuff. Wait, really? Why did they change it all of a sudden? What we pumping? Gas. Because you previously could not pump your own gas in New Jersey. Are the arguments still going? Are they still going? Is it still going? Because when I left the gym, it was still going. Oh yeah, it's all still marked live. The way that it seems to be like being worded is that it's not going well for whoever's arguing Trump's case for it. I couldn't listen to it mainly because the TVs at the gym didn't have audio, but they had things up on the screen that were like showing the people that were speaking, and then the fucking audio meters, which was very weird. I've never seen a news station do that before, but both channels were doing it. VTuber blacklist on Twitter. Oh God, what is it this time? Executive order and stacking the court. Yeah, but the thing is, like, even then, it doesn't seem like this court 100% sides with him. I mean, they have turned down his stuff previously. The thing is, if they side with him, we burn the White House to the ground. The thing, though, too, that is extremely dystopian, if they say that that order is upheld and can be applied, that basically means that every person that gained citizenship by being born in the United States immediately loses citizenship. Just gone. That's... It's not quite crystal knocked, but it definitely feels like crystal knocked. Isn't even fucking American, he's part German. Everybody in the United States that is fucking white, that isn't a Native American, is part something. More than likely European something. Signed an executive order trying to ban mail-in voting, which would be interesting, especially since you can't do that since Oregon and Washington only vote via mail. True, he also votes via mail because his official residence is in Mar-a-Lago. He has to vote via mail. It's almost time? What do you mean it's almost time? Almost time for what? For what? I'm confused. Chat, do we want to use this model the entire stream? Do we want to use this model the entire stream? I mean, I could always break out the night vision goggles. Especially since we're playing Outlast. But only if the boss wants to? Nah, it's fine. I'm feeling nostalgic. Or revert to zombie go-rounds? Oh, good lord. I've never seen 1.0. That's true. It's because it hasn't been used in... over a year? Over a year, at least. At least. Yeah, when I first started streaming, the first, like, week, 2 weeks or so. Oh. Yeah. The first week or two of us streaming, I used a zombie model that I won in an auction because somebody was just trying to sell it on Twitter and nobody was bidding on it. So I was like, I'll take the base bid of like $30. And I was the only one that bid. So I was like, all right, I'll give them 50 because I feel bad taking something that they made the design on, made a model of, and rigged it. It wasn't good. Mind you, it was not good. That he lost the place his villa is into a Democrat. That's hilarious. That is hilarious. Wait, villa? Trump has a villa? Or are you talking about the golf course, Mar-a-Lago? Oh no, is Florida turning blue? Oh boy. Oh boy. I want to see zombies. Okay, hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna scroll all the way to the bottom and see what the latest update is. More than a quarter million babies born in the US each year would be affected by this executive order, according to research by the Migration Policy Institute and Pennsylvania State University's Population Research Institute. The birthright restrictions also would apply to people who are legally in the United States, including students, applicants for green cards, and permanent resident status. Okay, let me see if I can go find, before I get off topic too much, let me see if I can go find the oldest clips that we have, because I'm pretty sure they exist. And maybe I can show you. Filters. No. All time. We gotta go all the way back to... I'll just mark it as 2022 and then mark this as like 2023? No. Is that right? And then go to like December. Can I... Wait, it won't let me update? Aw, man. All right, date created. Date created. Oldest first. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's one clip by Alex. What's a good one here? MMO movies, watching short horror films while in queue. What were we queuing for? Was it Final Fantasy? Okay. Use this clip. Can I full screen? Now, I kind of want to see why Alex clipped this. Let me get the screen down here. Screen time. All right. Where did it go? There it is. Say hi to the zombie model, chat. Oh, hold on a second. Okay. I need to change the audio because I kind of do want this to be in the pod. You're also going to hear a major difference of what I sounded like. No more music. Let me make sure volume is maxed.
This may be an interesting game.
Why did Alex clip this, I wonder? I'm so tiny. Why did I make myself so... The thing is, too, you see how the eyes of this model are closed? That's how it was fucking rigged. I legitimately could not get the model to open its eyes very far. That's it? That's all it was? Why did Alex clip this? Be my oh whoa. Oh god, that may have been it. That may have been the reason. And then we only have like these others. Oh. I hate when it does that. Now this is actually Rumi at the time that clipped this. Ooh.
30 seconds. Remaining in range. Remaining in range. Remaining in range. Remaining in range.
Rage? I don't even remember watching this. Me just sitting in silence. Just sitting in silence because I was lonely. These are old clips. These are some of the first clips I ever had. Oh yeah, you can actually see the title of the stream was Work in Progress VTuber. Masquerade Monday. Oh, this was the stream that we tried to play Coteries of New York on stream. And we only made it like an hour and a half in before my voice was totally fucking shot. And so we just went and played DBD because at this time I was pretty much just playing DVD Killer almost every stream. Plus streaming was terrifying at the time. I would only stream for like the bare minimum so that I could get what was it? So I could get affiliate, that's what it was. Here, let's do what came after. The very first PNG I ever got. The Chibi one by Ash.
Huh.
Try and turn it up more, but... Oh, there's the other PNG that Alex made that I just put on the ceiling because I thought it was funny.
Are you a fucking murderer?
That's not for you to know about.
No? Well, what could be the reason behind all that?
Here, just in case anybody can't see what he's saying. The masked man on the TV there goes, are you a fucking murderer? No. I'm like, that's not what for you to know about. Shut up. Yeah, a very different time. A very different time. All right, get this shit out of here. Get this shit out of here and we'll go back to never acknowledging it again. And I don't have proper positions for this model, so I have to drag myself around all day. The OG PNG, it's a good PNG. Lost media? It's not even lost media because it is perfectly available. It is absolutely available. It is still on my account. Oh, God. Oh, Dixper. I remember Dixper. Oh shit, there's me and Geeky playing the forest for the first time. I think this was the turtle situation. And then there's the months of using the extremely tired ringleader PNG. Playing Phasmo with Hapu and Kira. Oh my god. Yokai group. Oh man. Oh god, Lunch Lady. Oh god, I remember that game. Yikes. Whoop. That was loud. That was loud in my ears. All right. Beef is already in second place. That's crazy. Yeah, but Kira goes by Kai Artism now. Oh man, the old Yokai gang. Oh my god, Kudaloo. What are we playing here? Oh, this was when I was letting just friends come and go while we were playing Alien Isolation. Oof. Ooh, I did not like that game. I did not like that game. Wait, what is... Oh! Starbound. We only ended up playing like one session of Starbound. With us shaking my head? Yeah. Yeah. Why is there a clip done by Sugar that's just called Fart in all caps? Why is that a thing? Wow, there's a lot of Phasmo. What is this? Oh, this is Evil Within. Oh, this is my birthday. No, it's not. It's not my birthday. That's March 21st. Oh, I think I got the same group together for my birthday much later on. Let's see. Where is... There is a single clip from that stream. And at that point, we're already on the teacher PNG. Oh, it was watching the McCamey Manor. 24-hour birthday stream. Shenanigans will be had. There's only one clip out of 24 hours. I think we actually ended up going for like 27 hours. Wait, who was there with me? Oh, it's Geeky. It's just Geeky using a different PNG. Speaking of which, Geeky's doing a debut soon. I think in like 4 days. I think she's doing it on the 5th. Clip the history of the Dark Carnival. I mean, it's all here. Here's a Pico Park collab we had with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 of us. It looks like. Yeah, 7 of us. 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh no, there's 8 on screen. But there's only 7 PNGs. I did count myself before anybody says that. That's weird. Oh, right. And then here's the point where we were using the other model, if you will, the Kuro model that Kuro doesn't like people using anymore. Oh my god, it just keeps going. Purple Rose clipped 4 different things that are just called Start of Torture, Part 2 Torture, Part 3 Torture, Part 4 Torture. Huh. Jumping. Yes, it is Hollow. How are you doing? I'm a stick thin rail. Here, we'll just stand back. There you go, chat. A rail as rail can be. Jared, thank you for the 45 stream stream. Jesus, Lumka, thank you for the 100. Holy shit. I guess I've always had long legs. For whatever reason, everybody always draws me with ridiculously long legs. What's wrong with the Kuro model? It's not that there's something wrong with it. It's that technically it's illegal in Kuro's home country now. And Kuro doesn't really like it that much. It was like a buy to like customize and use kind of model. Really, it was a test model for a game, a Live 2D game that Kuro was working on that was supposed to be, I think, the protagonist, I think is what she was supposed to be. But that eventually fell apart. That did eventually fall apart. And Kuro was like, all right, guys, like I'm not going to be selling this anymore. If you will, would you stop using it? Even then, it's very niche. It has a very niche like physics style that's like only by Kuro. It's very boobly. If you go find the clips, you'll understand. You'll understand. I don't think I still have. Let me actually see. Oh, I do. I do actually still have all of the toggles and stuff for it. Okay, hold on. Oh my god, I do have a change to Kuro model button still on here. Hi, Hollow. Oh, but Sugar's number one. Ooh. Sugar's also a mod. The forbidden button. I mean, I could hit it. I could hit it. 10 subs and I will show you what the Kuro model was. The forbidden booba button? Yeah. 10 subs and I will show you during stream. It doesn't even have to be all from one person. Controversial opinion? Which one? I like boobly things though. Listen. Don't we all? You nearly crashed your computer? The thing is, I haven't had that problem since we did the, what is it? The BIOS update. I haven't had that,
What's your pleasure? What's your
no
fear?
comments PM. Oh no. Thank you for gifting a sub, Hollow. Ooh.
What's your pleasure?
Momo
What's your fear?
Solo. Enjoy your season pass. Thank you for gifting another one, Beef. But, oh, where was I going? I brain farted. I lost my topic. What was my topic? Oh, the crashing thing. That's right. It wasn't crashing. It was that VTube Studio would crash. Not crash, but it would just chug. It would absolutely chug. And since we did the BIOS update, that one like straight... What is the treasure train? What the fuck is the treasure train? Hello? Treasure train. Unlock a limited time 35% off gifted subs at level 2 during this train. Oh. Okay, so if you get it up higher, then it'll give a discount that'll last how long? Oh, it doesn't say. 600 bits or 2 subs to complete level 1. No, it's the thing is, I knew that there was like a discount train. I just forgot that it was called treasure train because I don't think we've ever got it. I think that every time we've done the like discount sub thing, I've always like said it myself. 8 more subs and we get Booba? True, 8 more subs and I will show you the Kuro model. And I'll show you all the sizes of the Kuro model. Briefly. We're not using the model the rest of the stream because it's disrespectful to Kuro's wishes. As much as I love Kuro's models.
What's your pleasure? What's your fear?
I'd still love to get a Kuro model someday. The thing is, Kuro models though, Kuro takes over a year to finish models. Kuro takes an entire year to finish models, and it's just like, I'm not willing to wait that long. Does she have the determination to reach a goal? What is that? That's 3? Yeah, we're up to 3. I mean, you could still get the discount. You don't even have to get the all 10. I think it's... What is it? We're 1 away from finishing level 1. We need to finish level 2? I think. Also, I am sorry if you hear that thumping behind me. That would be the laundry machine through the wall. 4? Says we're up to 3. 1, 2, 3 gifted. There's not any others. Yeah, there's not any others. At least see there, 3. Yeah, it's you can also see it in the daily subs in the corner. Oh, what's your pleasure? What's your fear? Okay, that's 8. We're 2 away. Okay, but do you have to complete level 2? Or do you have to just get to level? Goodness, just get to level 2. Oh, there it is. 35% off all 5+ gifted subs. Okay, of course there was those terms. All right, who actually got those? Charisma. What's your pleasure? What's your fear? All right, let's see if this button still works. I am gonna have to do like a quick like duck because I'm pretty sure it's gonna load in at the bikini. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. It made me really low. That's fine. That works out. Let me go to the settings. And I need to change the outfit. No shorts. Where are my shorts? Hello? Where's the shorts button? There's no shorts button. How did I do the shorts before? Oh well, fuck it. Hi, chat. All right. I said I was going to show you some of the things, so let's do this. Let's, first and foremost, they're gone. You get nothing. But yeah, this is what we used for a little while, a little bit of a placeholder while we were waiting for, also, yes, it does automatically blush when you smile. And then size 2, size 4, size 6, size 8, size 10. Amazing. And no Babsoo. Listen, there's other parts too. I mean, we can always just... all kinds of nonsense because this is basically just Crow's like test model. And then of course it also had like, you're saying like standing back here, you can just hit size 1 and it shrinks. 2 gets even smaller. And then there's 3. It has no legs. It does not have legs. That is true. Yoink. What, in the Pixar mom? Yes. Exactly. Exactly. And then, of course, there's also, you can grow. There's 3 different sizes of that. That is unintentional. I need to be lower. I need to be lower. But yeah. It had size changing toggles. We did those. The thing is, it also has tons of stuff tucked away that I just like didn't use. Like I could also have uncolored, one of the things being uncolored thigh highs because I didn't like end up liking them. I think there's also scales. Yeah, uncolored scales. Quick glance at what it looks like without the one piece. Yeah, this is the baseline. Anyway, still has the head pats, still has the boob pats. I think that's it. I think that's everything that I have is toggles. But yeah, this is one of the models that we used a long time ago. Yeah, there was only like a couple haircuts for this. And the hair layers were not very good for adding in like my red highlights and stuff. They just didn't work well. There is this. There's like slightly longer hair. Gone but not forgotten. True. Although it is also technically banned now to have things like expansion toggles. Because according to Twitch, channel points count as real money, which is really stupid. So for somebody that donates channel points in this case to redeem a size increase or something, according to Twitch, that is fucking sex work. It's very stupid. I know at least one VTuber that gave up because she kept getting smacked with every loophole she tried, which frankly, trying to constantly be able to loophole it is already insane on its own. Hi, welcome back. Anyway, let me make sure we fix this. Whoop. And this. Oh, right, I forgot this too. We also have extra eyes on this one, and they could do, that. They can look around on their own, which we are gonna leave on, because I like it. More booba is more better. Sure. But when your brand or your design just becomes, hey, look at my tits! It's not a very good brand. It's really not. Like, all of your content just becomes everybody's there to stare at your boobs. I told you about that one VTuber I saw that basically only gets like leotard outfits, 3D models, leotard outfits, and then spends almost all of her just chatting streams with the camera at a low angle so that you basically just get cooch. You get cooch the whole time. And if a VTuber finds this and thinks they know who it is, or the VTuber finds it and thinks I'm talking about them, then you know what you did. You know what you did. Remember the cooch VTuber you showed us? Did I show it in Discord? Maybe I did. But if the girls gotta go, they gotta go. That's the sentence. Walk into hi fake nudes. Cooch tuber? Cooch tuber. Oh my god, cooch tuber, but they're also a conch. Like they're like an ocean VTuber that's a conch. But then they constantly just make outfits that very much emphasizes the cooch. The gooch cooch. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. You showed? Okay, I think I did. I was probably at the gym too, if I remember right, because I was like, okay, this is kind of crazy. Gooch cooch, I need it on a shirt. Oh my god, it's the same word. That's two different words meaning the exact same thing. Punching in the gooch is the same as punching somebody in the cooch. Although I think sometimes I hear gooch specifically meaning men. And like under the balls. I don't know. I legitimately don't know. Turner and Cooch? Oh, God. All right, chance. Let me go ahead and get the game open. We're going to yap a little bit longer, and we're going to see who all wants to join for some community games in Outlast. We're going to be doing normal, whatever the normal one is. Not the beginner setting. I think introductory is the beginner one. The one that's above that. I'm at work. I can't play. You will be remembered. Making more merch. Hacker Mans when the community's going to make fan page merch. Yeah, y'all can do that. As long as the merch is good, I'm probably not going to complain. Could I? Yeah, but it's on me to be like, no, actually, that's copyright infringement. Oh, what? Hello? What did I just do? Oh my god, I closed the browser. Because my mouse wasn't locked into the game. Oh, I didn't start the Twitter broadcast. For the next go round. All right. Start that. Make sure it's actually going. Okay, check everything else. Tag is still at work. Good to know. While she's looking, I see you, bitch ass. Plus, chat isn't on the browser. I'm not looking at chat via the browser. Chat is built into OBS. Ooh, voices. Always on. Oh, this isn't the song I thought it was. Different song. I'll get you next time, He-Man! I'll make my final stand. All right, chat. The new He-Man trailer? No, we are not. Absolutely not. Now you get to see how pale I am. Mainly because I don't really care about He-Man being remade. It really doesn't matter to me. I've been bamboozled. Bamboozled, you say? White blondes? Oh my god. A white woman. Also, Void, thank you for the 110 stream streak. I'm sorry I missed that. Also, Jazel, wait. Wait. This minute, when did you... It says you just did bits. Did you do a redeem for bits? Did I not hear it? Is my sensory overload finally just like shut me up? Hi, Kelvin. How are you doing? Beef just condemned to second. Poor guy. Poor guy. What do you mean you know how to silence? Oh my god, should I make a fucking sense? Oh yeah. Thank you for the farts. I need to get one of those like, oh god. Who knows the short videos of like people getting their like hair blown back just by something random? I feel like I need to take those gifts and get one of the ridiculously like oh, what is it? Overblown like fart sound effects where it's just the overly reverbed, overly long farts. I thank you for the ghost breath. That was so loud. I'm gonna turn off the music before I get too fucking lost in the sauce, if you will. All right, chat. Anybody want to come play with me? Otherwise, I'm gonna find randoms. Wait, where's this? Oh, I was like, where's this playing from? Moving. Also, how do you like my my setup, chat? My cards are here. Alfred is here. My propaganda is here. My Gooch is here. My Zoltar is here. All within my ticket booth. Oh, and of course, Yo-Yo the Clown. I like my Yo-Yo the Clown. Also, I don't think I set that robot one. Hold on a second. Okay, that's the poster. I want to change it to something else. Come on, let's step into the macabre halls of the dark carnival. And please, Raiders! Enjoy the show. Tavern Crawl? Oh, you're playing Atlas. Holy shit. Did you have a good time? Did you have fun? Did you get into any trouble? Did you burn anything down? Did you kill anybody? Were you playing Imposter? Which prime asset are you horny for? And why is it Coil? All right, hold on. Jeebus? Do we put Jeebus? We're putting Jeebus. Fuck it. Jeebus goes on the wall. Free bricks. Yeah, free bricks. Bricks for the Raiders. Think fast, Chucklefuck. But welcome in, Raiders. I hope you had a good stream. Hope you had fun. Called the fuck out. Hey, look, it's Fat Goob. That is a marshmallow man. Wait, what do I look like? Oh, okay, I'm just wearing my fancy pants and my Banana Republic thing. Welcome in, Raiders. For those of you who don't know me, my name's Marn. I'm the ringleader of the Dark Carnival. I usually play games that are dark, spooky, and terrifying. But today is April Fool's Day, technically. I didn't do anything special except break my 1.0 out of cryo storage. So we're using a very outdated model today, but also playing one of my favorite multiplayer games. We're doing community stuff because I don't have any twins that wanted to come play with me today. But if there are any homies currently hiding in chat, you can just speak up and you can come play. Ash, if you're hiding. She turned only yellow. Only yellow. Squish Mary. Why are you trying to squish me? I'd play if I owned it. Hold on. That's not what I need. Let me double check something. Nope, never mind. For a split second, I thought I still had an extra code for that. I was gonna be like, we could give away a code. Oh well. Although the game is on discount right now, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure all Outlast games and DLCs are on sale right now. Let me actually check that real quick. Outlast Trials. Yes, it is. It is 70% off. It is $12 right now. So if you wanna come play the game, it has some really good lore. It's $12. It gets a big update like every month almost. All right. Hedney? Is that a code for the in-game friends list? I'll take a peek. The thing is that we're not gonna be popping into call, but if you wanted to just open mic, I always just leave it on. So let me see. Social? Friends. Add a friend. Do I need to put the dash in? Might as well put the dash in. 5916. Search. Songbird Tavern. Oh, it opens Steam thing. Step inside, step inside. Wait, don't you need to go take a break? You just ended stream. You just ended stream. Do you need to go get food or go to the bathroom or anything? All right, friend invite sent. Sure, why not? Don't look at my hours? Nah, it's fine. I'm only level 60. I played with like Wholesome. Not Wholesome. It was Wholesome has like prestige like 17 or something. But no, I was thinking of who did we play with Ash the other day? He was like prestige, I think 6. Welcome to the party. The thing is, though, is I'm very behind. I love this game, but I'm ridiculously behind because I don't like Hi. Oh my goodness, I don't remember. What is my push to talk? Is it tilde? No, usually I rebind it to tilde. Maybe it's something else. Audio maybe? Push to talk.
It'll be under control.
I must have realized that it's not on the correct mic setting. Customize. V. Okay, that's interesting. There we go.
V was the one that I had for a while, but I have it like on my 5th mouse button.
Oh, that makes sense.
But howdy. How are you liking the game so far? You're level 60, that's so fun.
Oh no, I've played since the game launched. It's just I play so on and off that I haven't got to touch like most of the new stuff. I have never seen the
Fair
Minotaur.
enough. You haven't? Do you
No,
want
I've
to?
not once. I've done some of the like ski launch missions and stuff. I have missed out on the entirety of the Minotaur.
Who's the person you want inside
Well,
you?
put one of them trials on. I got you. Apologies, I'm the Spanish Inquisition.
Or do we want to do the fake escape event?
You can do the fake escape, whatever you would like to do. I am here to help out.
That's the thing is I'm missing so many like extra missions that they've added over time. So like even if I go to like police station, I've never done teach the police officer or seize the narcotics.
Teach the police officer is super easy. Seize the narcotics is a little tedious, but it's doable.
All right. Anybody else in chat want to come join too? Otherwise, because I think we're going to try and grab randoms if we don't have anybody else from chat. Series X. Series X? GPU?
I am down for randoms, but not to sound a little conceited, but you do not need them. You can just point me in the direction and my stun rig and I will go.
Wake up and go to therapy? Oh no. Xbox? Oh, I got you. Xbox X series. Okay. Okay. We'll do teach the police. It's no big deal either way to me. I wouldn't say I'm bad at this game. I'm quite decent. Getting an A+ is not that hard for me on standard difficulty.
Oh, wonderful. Listen, standard is fun. That's the nice little warm-up that you can do.
Yeah, it's the one that I want to do so that I can at least like learn the matches, because once you learn them, it's quite a bit easier.
Once you learn the map and like how it goes, absolutely.
I will always hate at this point though. When I did the first ski lodge, the auction. Why did they make that game mode take like over 40 minutes?
It can be tedious if you don't know where like all the key spawns are. I think I got my time shaved down from like the 30 minutes to around 15.
Oh, we got the doors open in like 5 minutes or less. The hard part was actually finding all the goddamn jewels.
No, the jewel. Okay, so the best part is to get the bear and then go all the way down to the basement because almost every single one down there is all rubies. So the basement and the bear, the final one. If you did it, I can show you immediately how to do it.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay, I get that. I was gonna say, I remember the bear key and what's the upstairs one? Is that the wolf key?
Yes, upstairs is upstairs is the owl. Middle floor is the wolf.
Okay, because the wolf is the first one you get?
Owl is you first get the deer once you.
I was gonna say the deer's the first one to just get into the building.
Yep,
But
deer,
the first
owl,
one
and
once you
then
start
wolf,
doing the
and then
auction
bear.
is the owl.
The owl, yes.
All right. I guess it's just cute. Fuck it. I do have that outfit, but I always struggle with putting on like one of the full fits for this game. Because I'm just like, I like
That's fair.
I like my shoes.
There's so many things. That's why I always go for one that has shoes. I also wanted to apologize. When I get scared, I go deeply southern. So.
Listen, I'm born and raised in Texas. I only spent a couple years outside of it.
What part of Texas? I got family in Texas.
Central.
West Texas for us.
You are the teacher.
Let me change audio. Change this to... Yeah, if it's just... We'll do that. All right, I swapped to open mic.
We will let you
No
out.
worries.
Since it's just
It
the
can be
two
a
of
little.
us
I
and
understand.
Chat's here. This will work.
All right. Howdy, chat. How we doing?
Howdy, howdy.
Y'all want something to drink? I'll bring the booze.
Oh no.
It is a little early for booze, so maybe non-alcoholic.
Oh, I need to turn down the volume in OBS. The psychedelics are loud as hell.
They're so loud, and for what reason?
The psychedelic gas is loud as shit! I'm smelling colors.
Shapes and colors like I've never even seen.
Shapes and colors.
So do you want to learn learn this one, or do you want me to just go for it?
Ah, it's no big deal. We can go. Oh, okay. No, wait, never mind. This isn't the gasoline one. God, I hate the gasoline one.
Fuel to release on soon?
Find the room with the real. Oh.
Oh, there's more than just the 3 keys. There's keys everywhere.
Wait, maybe I have done this one. I just think I did it on a different difficulty than standard.
You might have done it when you revert. You've done it through revert, because they do have this one on reverting.
No, definitely wasn't because I was doing it multiplayer.
Mm-hmm.
The cameras. Oh, hey, Coil.
Don't worry about it. Man, I can't believe also that killed me the fuck out for like, well, that was really funny.
Oh, what the hell? Oh, C. C's my toggle to crouch. Gimme.
Appreciate that, Anka.
Is that?
Can't see your chain, so.
Pretty sure that was Quail that just got... Oh no, that's a screamer. I was gonna say, you have all of the keys. I don't think I can even get into the rooms.
You just let me know where to go, because I'm trying to find them.
Nope, hi Quail.
There's none downstairs. That's rare.
What were the, it was Rabbit and what else?
Bunny and Heart. If you look over by my aid, it does say what keys they are.
Oh, but those are impossible to read from this distance. That's Diamond.
Left of the screen.
Left of the screen?
If you look at the bottom left of the screen where you can see my name, you can also see which keys I currently have.
There's no interface down there.
Oh, you don't have the interface turned on.
That makes sense.
Howdy. That's fine. Oh. Cool. Ow. Oh, it was the tentacle. Of course it was.
You said you saw Diamond?
Yeah, Diamond's right here.
I'll be over there in just a jiffy.
Sometimes wonder if you're just misbehaving because you like to be punished. Won't you?
Oh no, Coil's become self-aware.
Where am I?
Oh, hi.
Escape.
He just pushed me at the door.
Sorry, he meant sexy bitches on my motherfucking mind.
No, he was like, sometimes I wonder if you just wanted to get caught by me.
You want me to put on those pigtails, sweetheart?
Hello.
That one listen.
Oh, god damn it. Ooh. The double echo. Oh, come on. I like those sounds. Hi, Goyle. Uh-oh. Damn it.
Yeah, he's anyway. He's just hanging out.
He's just having a time.
Just having a game.
Ooh. Oh, I didn't need to use that. Oh well. I do want to take that brick though. Yeah. Oh. Oh, come on. Okay. Oh, that's Coil right there.
Well, he's got a brick to the team, so.
That's I already opened that. Why is he yelling like that?
No, he was yelling at me because I was running away. That's one of his. If you weren't guilty, then why are you running? And well, I don't like the head and chase. It's fun.
There's gotta be more punishment than crime.
I hear you, Coil. Oh, there he is. Look at that handsome devil. Hi, Tuca. Hunger, intolerable hunger for justice for Gotham. Okay, you still have. Oh, you're jumbling keys. Okay, I see.
Oh yeah, I gotta go through. So when you do this trial, you're gonna be going through every single key, trying to find the one room that has the real. And you hope this kind of possible. You're gonna be running.
I can't hear you. I'm listening to the voices. The voices! They're telling me to overthrow capitalism.
Oh, wow. Alright, no, basically we just run up to the very beginning.
Oh, God.
Would you like to know?
I mean, we jumped down the teamwork hole, so... God damn it.
I'm over here by the teamwork hole.
Oh,
You're not good.
it was echoing on my end. Oh, come on, game.
Sorry, there we go. There, Elliot.
I said it was good, and then I just embarrassed myself. The entire match.
You're doing fantastic.
Thing is, though, is I also swapped, like, everything I was used to. Hi, buddy.
Oh, fair enough.
No, everything I was used to, because before I'd always use, like, the heal rig and a bunch of stuff, and now I'm used to running a whole bunch of different skills. Oh, Jesus.
Oh, you don't like throw shit at homeless people?
No. At the same time you threw it, I got a Skinner man dashed at me.
The skinny man. Sorry, I had a KKK member try to grab me.
It was the Grand Wizard, wasn't it?
Nah, you kidding? He's too stupid for that.
I think he was. Wasn't he? Isn't that in the lore? He was at least in the
I don't know.
KKK. I thought he was the wizard, Grand Wizard.
He was at least in there, which means he's stinky.
I mean, he also murdered, what, 2 of his wives?
3.
I thought one of them got away.
And also, like, one of them did get away, so that's why we don't.
Making a mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't spread over every egg.
Chat is also doing its best to make sure that I remain sensory overstimulated with the redeems. If a redeem's going, just know I'm sitting here just cross-eyed being like, I have no idea what's happening.
Oh, I'll be complete. I can see it happening. I go on my second monitor and I'm just like, yeah, there it is.
garbage that crawled into
A
this
spy
facility.
character? You're gonna have to be more specific. What do you mean spy character? Remind me of spy character. Yes, that narrows it down.
I hope I have something that can. I've tried so hard to be polite, efficient, but sitting here all day, no windows, no sun. If I
Ah, yes,
started
nurse.
taking
The Quaaludes
pills
aren't
to
doing their thing
calm
anymore, are they?
My interest up, nobody could blame me.
Damn.
I shouldn't bring my
Hard tack.
personal life into
Hard tack.
this, especially not in front of somebody like you.
Yes, yes, it is chained.
Headaches are no concern so long as
So if
my
I hit
head's
F,
steady on the
they go
syringe,
down.
right? They're just pills, just a little habit, like biting your fingernails.
I think
or
they took
chewing
that off
gum.
their X because I was trying to get that as well for my model, but it just was not working.
The thing is, I am not a fan of the creator of this. This is the only thing I ever got from him. I literally like threw a little bit at his Patreon and downloaded all the things I wanted, and then it was like, all right, canceled.
Fair enough.
You don't ask why.
I've done the same.
How high?
Oh, hey, a catcher, huh? All right, hold on. I'm gonna go put on a different fit.
No worries. I'm also changing my outfit.
I also have the bad habit of when I get new clothes and it puts the exclamation mark up, I'm like, all right, I gotta go fix that. That's not allowed.
You gotta check it, of course.
There it is. Oh god, the magnet man.
You know what? I think I might just do my best Franco Barbie cosplay.
Fantastic.
That'd be great.
That's the one that I want to get. The outfit that I really, really want to get is the new one that just came out. The like doll. Let me see. Tab, catalogs.
Oh yeah, I know which one.
No,
the
store.
the Charlotte one.
Yes. This I'm gonna show chat.
Yeah, that
This
one's really
horrendous
nice.
thing, chats. She's also missing a leg. And they're scissors? Oh no, it's a pointy bit with two scissors tied to it. But sadly, I only have 500 premium. Although there's also the horse one. Heinous in
The
every
horse one is
way.
fun.
Especially because they amputated you from the knee down to give you horse legs.
Do you think they said, "Nay, don't do this to me"?
No.
Sorry, I'm a mom. I gotta make mom jokes at least once.
That makes sense. Also, this centipede one is actually kind of cool. Form-fitting,
A little
although...
uncomfy, but it's great.
Yeah, they made it so that every leg of the centipede that curls around you is also biting into you and has, like, blood spill. Oh, wait, this one is a 500 one. I could buy it. Or do I want the gas
You
mask?
could also save up your... I'd say save up your coins.
I don't even have a catalog right now that can give me more coins. Oh, right, daily box. That's important. Tasks. Okay. Oh, right. That's so technically I could get up to 1,000 if I finish the a new you catalog that I have. Then I can just get another
I like
catalog.
using a new you to get everything up. Yeah.
I'm already halfway through it, but it's the last catalog I have, and I'll only be able to buy one more. But it'll give me just enough coins to be
And
able
then
to
once you
buy
buy that-
another 1K catalog.
And then those give you coins. It gives you 1,000 coins in there as well. It's where you can buy the next catalog.
Yep. Which also just means that the black market is just bait so that you eventually run into the hole of having to buy premium currency to get more catalogs. Oh my god, I hate the chicken one.
Past catalogs, yeah. The chicken one's awful.
Ugh. Grand Marshal Flea.
Are you not a fan of Shibari?
Oh no, I love Shibari. That's not Grand Marshal Flea. That's the that's Dreadnought.
Oh, that's the Nutcracker. It's green Nutcracker. Yeah.
I don't like the color palette. There's something unsettling about like
definitely is one to-
dentist room colors.
Oh, zoom in and look at the horse. It has human teeth.
Oh, I did see that. I saw it on somebody the other day. But when I look at it, I just see like one of those. You ever seen videos of like people like exploring old abandoned hospitals? And like the walls and floor are like tiles, and then halfway up it just turns into white wall. This is what this is. This is somebody's like their mood board was to look at an old abandoned hospital that had like mint green tiles, and was like, now make a freaky ass nutcracker out of it. Although I'm not gonna lie, this 500 gas mask one is not bad. Sleek even. Huh.
Oh, hall monitor.
Oh yeah, that is what it's called. Huh.
You get a gun.
Does he have a gun on him? Oh, he does. Well,
Yeah.
is there a gun in there?
You get to stay strapped up in the.
I think it's just a holster. I don't think he even has a fake gun in there. Because if you turn it, there's not even like a grip sticking out. But his arm is mostly in the way if it's deeper in there. Unfortunate.
Well, he's still better than Coil.
Sunstar passed me. Oh no, chat's upset because the fishing game reset today.
Dang. Wait, there's fishing.
Fishing, yeah, exclamation mark fish. Once every minute.
Oh.
There are 3 horse outfits. And of course the leprechaun.
Classic.
Red, white, and blue, checkered, that's a classic one. And then Year of the Horse. Fire Horse is what they decide to call it.
You could get so many people to do Uma Musume cosplays.
Oh god, the blinder actually flaps when you turn it really fast.
It has physics.
Good physics. Good physics. Peter, the horse is here.
Oh, hi, Yumiko.
Hi, Yumi. And of course, first purchase, get free ugliest Sin costume. Where are your pants?
Me? Oh, I'm cosplaying as Franco.
I could have swore he was wearing pants.
Well,
I could have swore he was wearing a white suit the whole time.
he is. I just want to be a little breezy, you know? I'm one of those cosplayers from the conventions that's like, I'm playing as a character, but I'm going to be a little slutty about it.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that. That was, oh god, WeebCon's this coming weekend.
Oh, God.
And I went to WeebCon 2 years ago and have never been back since. Also, where the hell?
Fair enough.
Where's the Twitch drops? I got the Twitch drops.
Oh, did you connect to your Twitch?
Oh, maybe it isn't connected.
Silly question, but yeah, if you got
Where is
connected
it?
when you're not there.
I thought I connected it a
they'd be at the very,
long
very
time
top.
ago. Very
They'd be at
top?
the very, very top in classified. When you go in to look at your outfits. But if you're trying to see if you're connected there, I believe if you hit escape, I think it's under settings. Not network.
Network?
Which one is it?
No.
You might have to be out of the You're gonna have to leave.
That's fine, I'll do it
to,
some other time
go into the
then.
main menu.
Now that I know this is not connected, because I was wondering where I didn't get like drops from previous ones. So I was like, oh, maybe I just didn't notice them because I always stick to like very same outfits. But I do know I've gotten all the Twitch drops already. Ah, yes, my gooch box. Anyway. That's, I have the pelvis, the mutilated pelvis. Sits on one of the tables,
As
but
he should.
with this room, it turns it into the ticket booth, so it looks like a display case with my Zoltar and my gooch. Imagine just coming and say, hey, come check out my gooch. What does that mean? Torso, fucking pelvis. All right. Oh, the blueprints are on the walls. I was looking at that before. Why are the blueprints all on the
It's for
inside?
Amelia. It's for the escape event for Amelia.
Oh, that's... I was like, hello? I stopped walking. I was like, where's the thumping coming from?
If you just click, you get it. And then if you're beating your schmeat on the side where somebody wins, you start clapping. If you lose, you make like a ow.
Squeedily
Family is
spooch
just a weird person.
is
Yeah.
scrawled on the table.
That's one of the, I believe, one of the beta testers that do it.
Oh,
They're hidden
okay.
around everywhere.
Ah, that makes sense.
Like, right here, there's Kill Me.
Let's kill Ryan.
You'll occasionally find Babel versus Sprawled In.
Oh yeah, I have seen that. Yeah, but this is Kilroy. It's a parody of Kilroy, but basically identical.
Yeah.
Although I think
we got
the eyes,
plenty of stuff
I don't
in.
think the eyes of the original Kilroy were X's.
I did see in your chat earlier they were asking how you could see other people's stats, and it's right here.
Oh yeah, these like rotate through different specifics. Damn it, so close. 99.
Well, let's get your 100. And not look at my almost 1200.
Listen, you're prestige 14. I don't blame anybody. Seize the narcotics. You said that one's tedious, so we just want to do a different. Gather the
It's
children
tedious,
of
but it
gods.
can be done.
It's saying there's some here that it's saying that I haven't done, that I know I've done.
You might have only done them in introductory.
None. I've also played with other like high level folks that were doing it, but it's a mix. Thing is, like I before I would try to not do introductory, but when I bring friends on, most of the friends that I have that are available at this time hate this game. It terrifies them, so they tend to not play it that often, and then be absolutely terrified when they do play. So I'm like, all right, we'll do introductory. I swear though, I've done Gather the Children of God. Because that's the one where you just go snatch the mannequins and throw them in the car.
Roughly, yeah.
And the implications are horrifying.
Well, you do hear one of the pastors say, "You're too young. You're too old to get into this ride." Uh-huh. As somebody who works with kids, every time I hear it, I'm like, ugh.
Wait, do Cleanse the Orphans get it done in 9 minutes? Cleanse the Orphans? I
that's
know
my
Cleanse
son.
the Orphans. Cleanse the Orphans pretty easy.
apologize.
Huh?
7 minutes?
7 minutes. 7 minutes is
Yumiko,
all the
don't put
time
her-
I can
don't
spare to
put
play
her-
with you.
Don't put her under that pressure. We don't want the poor dear to get a little confused.
I know Cleanse the Orphans really well. I even know the map.
7 minutes, then?
7 minutes is a pretty hard sell. I marked on intensive too. Oh yeah, it's introductory that I have an A+ in for that one. I do have
If you'd
A+
like, we could just do
in
standard.
Foster the Orphan standard.
Fun. I'm holding my hand out to you in the most malicious way that I can. 7 minutes.
You want
Say.
to do cleanse the orphans in 7 minutes?
We can do it.
All right.
You've got this.
All right. You did swap back to the priest.
I did. I like being the Spanish Inquisition.
I like the red and gold.
It was one of my favorite ones. There was a person who had over 3,000 wins in chess who wore this costume. They followed me through 4 different lobbies when I was just trying to play as much chess as possible.
Jesus. I do know there's the
Literally,
achievements for like,
would stop me.
is it winning or is it playing 1,000 games of chess?
Must follow our mandates.
It's winning 500.
Children will learn obedience.
No, there's one for 1,000, but I don't know if it's playing or if it's winning.
Teach the children.
There's nothing for 1,000 for chess. It's 500 chess, arm wrestling, shrew, and tennis. Nothing for 500, nothing for 1,000.
I've probably done each of those like maybe a single digit number of times. I think the one I've done the most is the arm wrestling.
Arm wrestling's fun.
Don't look at Jesus Cajones chat.
Just look at Jesus' dick and balls. It's fine.
It's okay. They'll get to
Praise
see
the
it when we
Lord.
get to sawing off the body of Christ.
The best way that you could say it is that Jesus Christ has risen today. Amen.
Oh God, I'm trying to remember that video I saw. It was people were just like butchering, just making the bit of Chris has ribbon.
Wakey, my little angels. Let's all enjoy some angel dust, so we're ready to seize.
Olivia's very quiet. I'm locking the fuck in.
Works for me.
It's happening, Daddy.
Oh, it's both in voice. It's both in voice.
Mm-hmm. Hi.
Oh, did you jump down? Don't jump down. You'll get hurt.
I didn't jump down. No, I was running from Gooseberry.
Mama can be a little fearless.
Worry, children. Mother's your substitute today. Some movies.
Oh God, that was so loud. Not this one.
One.
It's gonna be room 1 and room 4, I think.
Room 1's basement. Very fun.
Yep. Yeah, I hear it in there. Yay, cocaine in Catholic school. Exactly where it belongs. That's not even a joke. There was a Catholic high school near me that instead of in Texas having the normal drug problem of marijuana, it was cocaine because their parents could afford it.
Oh, goodness.
Surprise. Hi, Jeebus. Jeebus and his junk.
Say hello, Jesus.
I'm trying to leave.
Do you want to do the generator keys?
I can do the generator.
Sounds good.
Oh, poster. Oh, there had to be a screamer here. Leave me alone! Buddy, you need to go the fuck away. I have the gas. Oh, okay, see, there it is. I see the marking.
I don't know why you would scream. It's totally fine. There's nothing terrifying.
He's having a bit of a moment. I'll have screamers right here next to me. She may scream when I pull it. Bastard. Bastard! Alright. Super happy fun time?
Know that the Lord Jesus, the same night in which he was betrayed, took bread.
Is meant in my blood, and all as I in remembrance of me.
Whosoever shall eat this bread and drink this cup of the Lord
Which way did you go?
Oh, I can go the back way. Makes it a little easier. You don't have to deal with your spirit.
Where'd the big guy go?
The big guy does not spawn unless it is a new psychosurgery.
That can't be right.
Maybe also intensive. I can't. Yeah, 100%.
Because I remember him spawning in that double door. Oh, hi! I was covering my own fucking vision. He's gonna hit me again. Nice.
You're good. And we have all 5 posters.
I was holding my jammer up and he was like behind it and I didn't see it until he was right in front of me.
I'm so sorry. That is on me that I did not get you at 7 minutes. That I am so sorry.
My God, I'm so sorry we got sub 10 minutes.
I'm so sorry. I will be better next time.
Badge
I
is
promise.
acquired. Glutton for therapy. Oh boy. And I'm wondering, maybe I didn't have the upgrade yet for Jammer that lets me use it on Pops.
love the censored position
just
because no one
shine
ever
perfection.
expects me.
I knew when we chose you that you would be a star pupil.
Is that what we need? Do I need to go put mine on?
So much.
If you'd like.
I can. Let me go to the engineer first real quick, since I have tickets to throw around.
What do you know?
Oh no, it is maxed out.
I will admit the reason that we were off, while we were off by 33 seconds, it was because I messed up on one of my runs to get the
Maybe that'll give you a
I took longer than I should have to find the
get the key. I
gasoline.
hit a
I went to the far side and was like, it's
I hit
usually
a
over
mine,
here.
which I
And then I had to go
forgot.
back to the close and I was like, oh, it's here. Of course it is.
Yep. It's always where you least expect it.
Don't give those fuckers an inch.
All
Yeah,
right.
I know my 5-minute run is still solid. Apologies for just flipping off your entire chat. I'm so sorry.
You said, I was like, what are you talking about? And I clicked back to the team thing and immediately saw it. What are you talking? Oh.
I cycle through all of them, so it might just be me like flipping y'all off. It could just be me slapping my own ass. I'm not too sure. I never know. Are we roommates? Oh my god, we're roommates. Oh, sorry.
Oh,
Didn't
yeah.
mean to close
Oh
the door
no,
on
it's
you.
just, I was sitting here, I was like, oh yeah. 2550 statues, what are these for?
Oh, those are rebirths.
Oh, okay, before they turned into relapses.
Come on, let's step into the macabre halls
So
of the dark
you can still
carnival.
rebirth,
And
but the
please,
relapse is also there.
enjoy the
So I
show.
have, I think, 56 before they had the relapse, and then it basically reset everything.
Yeah, that was just saying, it's the lore wise, it was, Oh my god, it's next! It's my favorite Grumpy Pants on Twitch.
Oh goodness, ain't that fun?
Next, Dreamcats? Pate? I'm going with Dreamcats. Oh, this part's important. Close the door. It's rude to leave the door open. I don't know if we actually have
It's my own
AC.
door. We don't, but I have flowers, so I like to kind of just make the top area smell a little bit nicer.
Yeah, because otherwise it's just humid in the room and dank
It
in the
just
hallway.
smells like straight ass.
Oh, the cop's marked now for me. I think I just got enough coins. Yeah, I had 90 before. But maybe I'll do that later. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. 1176. Crazy. All right. I want to see what I'm getting into
I like
with
to play Outlast Trials just a little bit.
just a bit. I listen. I totally understand it. I am. Every time there's a new patch, I deep dive the lore more than I play the game. And I do tend to blow smoke up Red Barrel's skirt for this game. Although I did get pissed when I found out that some of the pictures that they use for environment stuff are
The art-
AI generated, and I was like, oh fuck.
Yeah. It's like, come on, you have so many talented artists who are willing to do art.
Even then, though, what they're doing is they're basically AI generating like historical photos.
Just photo bash.
I'm
There's
just
so
saying,
many
just have
people who are
somebody like
photo
take
bashing.
other actual fucking like retro. Like just
There's been a bunch of people on TikTok who are doing it too.
yeah, because it's not hard. It's like it's one of the probably like the earliest uses of Photoshop.
It's how you start with a Photoshop.
I know there's even some people that do like made up history by like photo bashing things together. Like I think there's one guy on Twitter that does it, but he like makes up diseases. Like one of them being a brain replacing mosquito that like lives inside people's heads and then puppeteers the bodies.
Oh, fun.
All right, I guess we want to go see the Minotaur because I've never seen them. Do we want to do the television one that just came out, or do we want to do Shopping Mall?
So, the television actually gives them an intro. Like, in the shopping mall, they don't have like an intro cutscene like everybody else.
Oh, they don't have like the hallucinogenic thing, or
They do, but they don't have like you know how in Kill the Snitch, Coil beats the shit out of somebody and then electrocutes them against the area. Gooseberry saws off somebody's face. They don't have that until the television studio.
oh, then like what's the intro for it then? Does it still have like Easterman giving us a lecture, or does it just like send you?
Mm-hmm. It does the Easterman lecture. It shows you a little bit about what the trial is, but like instead of them having the cool in the trial cutscene, like for Lilia, when she jumps onto somebody, like once you get to the resort, stabs them. They don't get that until the television studio.
Oh, okay.
They're
So like when you're first
for the
introduced
shopping mall,
to
them in the trials.
it's like downtown. You like meet him. He's like on the lap of a woman's corpse.
Yep.
And you get that like little like he yells at you through the protected glass, or like Coil when he like comes up and goes, "We got laws here," and just shocks the shit out of the.
We got fucking laws.
Oh my god, it's wholesome.
They don't get that until.
Sorry, go ahead.
They don't do that until the TV studio. They technically have it when you're already at the very, very end and you are literally doing the final section of the trial of the shopping mall. If you want to see them and you want to see them in action,
I'm totally down for the television studio.
let's do it.
Oh, it brings up Genesis. Oh, it's only
so
Silence the Idol. Okay.
It's only one. They just came out.
Yeah, they didn't release it with like, they didn't do what they did at the beginning of the game where they would release one big and two small trials. They just give them the one now. Works for me. Oh my god. Nice butt. Oh, wait. Oh, the robe covers your butt? When we were running in the trial earlier, like I saw like black tight pants. And I was like, dang, the back of the priest has a nice cake. And I was like, so it was definitely a graphical glitch. Like maybe the robe was like stuck inside of you or something.
That happens whenever you're running.
Yeah. Enjoy your break next. Thank you so much for the raid. Homies, if you want to join, you are more than welcome to. Nice. Oh, damn. Nice cans.
I'm going to be leaving after this one, unfortunately.
That's totally fine.
Thank you. Or lack thereof.
I just realized what this outfit is. It's Dirty Dancing, isn't
It's
it?
my Franco cosplay.
Nah, from the back, it looks like Dirty Dancing. It looks like Dirty Dancing.
A little bit, yeah.
Took those old records off the shelf. I sit and listen to them by myself.
By myself. Ba-da-da-da.
All right, let's do this.
Oh, Yumiko, I know somebody who made a protein smoothie that was just blended up tuna fish and fish oil.
Ugh. Wait, fish oil? Like, okay.
Yep.
Is it fish oil like garam, or is it fish oil like they were breaking open pills?
They were breaking open pills.
That's so... I busted one of those pills once when I was a little kid. Like, I think my grandpa gave me one or something, and I couldn't take it because I was a kid and I didn't like taking pills. And so I put it in my pocket, and at some point it burst. That shit smells fucking foul.
Yeah.
Oh, Charles, I'd be down. All right, you can join right after this one.
Oh, this one hurts.
I do find it interesting that they've changed the graphic for the gas, which. Ooh. I'm not gonna lie though, I really like the brother's fit. he's got style.
It's good. Oh, apologies. I'm about to ruin them. What he just ran his thumb up was wholly his sister's.
I know the incest stuff.
Cool. So you know about the gooch on the neck.
Yeah.
Not every fold in that neck of yours is your own.
Those my own footsteps?
Either yours or mine.
Oh, it's definitely me. It's the adrenaline. It's the adrenaline. Oh, there's our friend. Surprise. Does the Minotaur give like a special debuff or anything like how
Yes.
Gooseberry does?
Yes. So they'll poison you. Aurora will throw a poison vial at you, and if you get hit by it, you get poisoned, so you have to have an antidote, or else it'll slow you, and you'll also throw up and lose half a health bar.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, Eric.
Yeah, I've heard the some of the voice lines from him.
My sweet baby boy.
So for anybody in chat who doesn't know, do you want to run it over for them who Eric is here?
They'll learn.
This is a travesty. My God.
I don't know why, but I legitimately thought that he was taller. Yep.
You filthy shit-stained mendicant.
One thing too here, conjoined twins are interesting, but also conjoined twins like they are just is not realistic. I always say that because I'm a biologist.
Fair enough.
Because like she has an arm that's just like sticking off his shoulder that's nowhere attached to her body.
So these are, well, it's also part of like the 1800s crazy chemicals. So you can't.
Oh yeah,
these
Crest
replace
chemicals.
soundtracks. Yeah.
They what? They replace soundtracks.
Yeah. So you'll have nausea traps whenever you're at a one. And they replace the hanging ones. So you still have glass. Right, studio one over here.
But Eric is a sleeping boy who has done nothing wrong ever in his life, and I love him so much.
And I would do anything for this boy.
Just don't.
You're okay, sweet baby.
He's not okay. He's in the worst place he can be. All right, set up scene. Oh, I don't like this. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh,
Oh, it gets worse.
I know it gets worse. If you're an E-biologist, oh no, E-biologist.
Just listen to him, because
The way that I've been able to figure it out is he's basically a young handicapped boy that was told he was here for a job. And
they told him that he'd be able to go on TV. Just listen to some of his voice lines.
yeah, I usually have captions on, but it's not showing the captions for it.
And then very well. My apologies.
There it is.
B04, G14. O24. Well, bring your privilege.
This one may be this one may be the victim that I feel the most sorry for because he was most absolutely 100% tricked into this. We've had others where they like even know the prime assets. Like the judge knows
Well,
Coil.
He does call for him. They do call for him. Like, he does call for Anna and Aurora later.
Oh, interesting.
It's because they do know that the victims all know that those are the only people who will protect them.
Oh yeah, the charisma part. But oh, this is the
The election.
No, this is the election. This is the Nixon-Reagan election?
Kennedy.
Kennedy, thank you. All right.
Sorry, sir.
Oh god, the car batteries?
I can't ever watch. The worst part is there's also scientists that you can see sometimes hidden that is physically keeping him alive in his babies.
Wait, what?
I'll show you, I think it's the third section that'll show you the easiest. There it is.
You can't get worse than the trials? Kinda true. This is...
Alright, my favorite thing is a short circuit user. I'm gonna be able to use this soon.
I guess the infinite batteries. Oh, what the hell?
Oh, I threw my phone right here.
No, sorry. I was looking at the elevator here.
That's his friend.
Oh, whoops. Somebody just got mad at me. Did not see who it was, so don't know if somebody's coming. Oh, okay, I see. Oh. Hi, ma'am.
Bitch!
That was
I'll get her out of here. Oh, listen, the eyes.
so light needs to go here. Hold on. Okay. So you need to go here.
The TV studio grunts are insane.
Oh, let's go one more. Okay, let's go one more slot further. Oh, hi. Oh, this is the hazard. Okay. Oh, shit. Oh, it's the Molotov. Yeah. So now there's the machete person and the Molotov guy out here. Uh-oh. Hi, big man. Oh, that still got me. Oh, barely, but it got me. Wow, he is really tossing those bitches. Oh, god damn it. Excuse me. Don't hit me. Hi. I do not know where Fireman went. Oh, hi. Fuck you.
He's over there.
Okay, he did go the kind of direction that I went. Oh, she's turning around. Still going. All right, she's heading back out of the room.
Wonderful.
Oh, duh, I gotta pull it. I'm stupid.
Ain't stupid. Just selectively smart.
I know, I was like, how do you pull them out of this corner? Now it goes to the next one. Oh.
I'll do this one.
Oh, it's maggots. Oh, there's animated maggots on the fish.
Oh yeah,
places.
I was just looking, I was like, wow, they actually put a texture and made like a grouper here, and then I walked closer. Oh, they're moving. Oh, they're maggots. Because there's actually a grouper that looks like that.
I'm so cold.
Yeah, buddy, that's because you're bleeding out.
Alright, I like batteries. I love eating lithium.
Extra protein.
You're not God. It's okay, honey. Nobody ever told me I was beautiful, sweetheart, you're gorgeous. I wish that were the case.
Oh, it's around this section to open it? Okay. Service section, office
You
section.
every section, so there's upstairs.
There's 3 floors upstairs that you have to.
Oh, there's a... They made a fake service panel with nurses blocking it? That's weird. Who the fuck just growled at me? Oh, they're also peeking out of the panels. That's... My God. Horrifying. Please and thank you. Oh, shit.
The craven stupidity that makes them hate us also makes them weak.
I just, I bashed through a co-op door and, face checked the Crest twins.
You can't expect me to say truth. We don't want to get a yoke. All our hard work, proving that land teaching class and appointment, ruined.
It's fine. It's fine. It's okay. Thank God none of them have night vision. Oh, he's laying on the fucking floor, seriously. God, this zappy sounds when you get near them. Oh, I'm gonna be short. 10. Let's see, maybe I can find one lying around here. There's not gonna be one in here, but... Bottle. Was that you? Oh my God, it's all bottles. It's all bottles all the way down. Fuck you.
No, it's in a crow's nest. You won't drag that good man's shame into the light.
Soulless, heartless beast.
Oh, there's one.
Don't you worry, Eric. I'll give you a pinky touch before I leave. There you go.
Oh, you came in and fished this one? God damn it.
You are a beautiful face to worship, to despoil, to drag through the mud.
We're just gonna go somewhere else. What are we missing? Service area.
And then you fight you don't have your pretty cake anymore.
You're a poet, my seductive friend.
Service area. Oh, well, damn. Oh, there's the poison. Yeah, gross. Find an antidote or suffer. Great.
It will make you throw up, so many of you do have
What they call it?
Oh, it's a poison dude. Oh, does it wear off eventually?
Yes, it does wear off.
Okay. I only vomited once.
Yeah, it only makes you vomit once. Yeah, in the dressing room, you can see, or not this dressing room, but in the, I think in studio,
the doctor that keeps them alive.
This bottle's just hovering.
Oh, is the purple bottle still there? Hell yeah.
It's just kind of floating menacingly. Oh, there's a lot of loop arounds on this one. Ugh. Box.
Hey, someone to help
Camera,
me out.
nurse,
I
light.
need to stop.
Camera needs to go here, which I'll just pull this back.
What needs to go there?
Camera needs to go on the left. And then just 180 it. Then, yeah. Oh. Hi. How did you come in here?
Listen, this one is. You'll just go.
True.
I've been chased around by the entire area because of her one time. These chased me all the way up into section
14? Oh, J14. 02? Wait. C0. 02. Okay, hold on. I gotta look at this thing. Oh, okay. I see. J14. It's gotta be something 02.
And this one, I believe the numbers are matched. So it would kind of just be like, once you get all the numbers, then you get all the letters. So on and so forth.
Gotcha. JCO 14 to. I think that's it.
Oh, that's not you!
No, it is not.
That's A. I'm not sure. That's a C.
3 connections required. Wait, what? 3 connections? Get me off. Get me off. Oh my god, get me off. Because J is up there, 14's there, O2, and then C and O for some reason. Is there any others on the floor?
So, hold on. It's C.
Oh, 24.
G, O. 14.
No,
24,
CJO.
CJO. 2, 14, and 24, correct?
Yes. I just found the 24.
Sounds good.
The 24 was the one that I was missing. It wouldn't let me off.
No poster.
Oh no.
I can't watch this one, unfortunately. I got eye issues.
Alright.
Oh, it's ready. It's
Is
ready.
it? Because it wants me to move it again.
Step inside, step inside.
Is this direction supposed to be facing or does it need to be turned a different direction? There we go. Yeah, it just needed to be turned. I'm sorry, Eric. I'm sorry, dude. Just the tip. Oh! I ain't looking. I ain't looking. Why? Oh my god, he's still alive.
Oh, yeah. Here, come over and watch when he gets taken in. You might be able to see the doctor.
Oh, so if you look through. Oh,
Yeah,
yep, there he
there's
is.
the doctor right there. They take care of him.
To guarantee he gets more torture. Hi, officer. Oh. Alright, where the hell's Studio 4?
Basically, just walk around that little area and then go right into it.
Yep. Oh god. Oh, okay, I've seen this one. Even though I'm not a fan of speaker mouths.
Really?
I mean, they're absolutely terrifying. Crest Chemical.
People this time.
Is there another light thing up here? Am I misremembering? Or is it higher up?
So we won't be able to hit the spotlights just yet. We have to change the recorder first.
Oh, the recording room. Right here.
Hold.
Hi, guys. They're coming in. Hi. Take this.
Keep your bloody hand away from my sisters, can't you? Vile deviant!
Ugh.
So basically, we got to do this like 3 more times.
Yeah.
And they will be growling and sticking up here the entire time.
I didn't like the fact that he used the term "get away from my sister's cunt, you vile deviant."
I want their eyes. I want their brains under my thumbnails.
All right, back downstairs. Oh god, I got turned around. I think. Oh wait, I know where I am. Oh fuck. Okay, there we go. It's just the long way.
I think I don't. Yeah, I just need one more.
Got this one.
But no, there. Yeah, I think I've got the last 2. I don't think there's 3.
Yeah, because I think 3 is later. Khrushchev.
There is also the secret room over here if you'd like to do that.
I would very much because I like collecting lore.
Hold. I'd say you have them here go around because they're about to stop by here. Alright, should be clear now.
The one mannequins that are just randomly walking in place freak me out sometimes. Oh. Oh. Yay. Still pitch black in here.
If you have something on your card.
Stop flirting, we're right here.
Stop getting freaky!
If you're okay with it, I'd love to be able to take the battery booster and the rate recharger, because that basically actually full.
Yours. I want the health. I want the health booster.
Take the health. Take the health. The battery pack acts like a second rate recharger for me.
Oh, I gotcha.
You can take stamina too if you like.
I don't think I can double whammy. I started the match with one. Can I?
Oh, man.
I know one way to find out. Let's see if my heart explodes. Yep, they're in here. Oh yeah, I can't use it. They're just kind of chilling. They're just kind of chilling. Jealous of who, bitch?
They're technically the elite.
That's true. Which is actually kind of funny. Well, in a dimension kind of way.
All that money they still can buy.
They're coming back. They're coming back this direction. Here, have a break. How many of them you've gotten finished? You got both of them? Okay. I hear them. They're still looking.
From their miscarried faces.
They're gonna keep looking.
They don't transform into a weeping of sanity.
We'll do it all to you at work.
Excuse me while I close this. No, I was closing the door. I was just saying it to myself. Oh, God. Together. Oh. I'm a kill Easterman. I'm a kill Easterman. He'll eat? I should hope the ill are eating. No, this is an eat the rich household.
Just like this much.
Oh yeah, it screws this in. That is a massacred meme if I've ever seen one. Alright, is the front actually open or it's not open?
Yeah.
It is? Oh, hey buddy. Am I gonna be... Okay, good. Whew. Uh-oh. Ow, bitch. Don't vomit yet. I'm gonna vomit, there it is. Fuck you, keep moving. Alright, I made them vomit. How does that feel? Excuse me while I zap your brain with 10,000 volts from 30 feet away.
They deserve it.
They do deserve it. But again... Still airs, even almost 30 minutes in.
I apologize. My melatonin started kicking in around halfway through.
Oh, it's fine. Is it late over there? Or did you just go to bed early?
I'm a night shift worker.
Ah, that'll do it.
I basically work in a Murkoff facility, but for kids.
For what? For goats?
For kids. Like,
Oh.
troubled youth.
Oh, I gotcha.
It's not as bad as this, but
Are you like one of like the overnight supervisors?
The overseers, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I almost had a job like that once. Almost.
I mean, I get paid pretty well.
It was the place I lived in.
They say you hurt the ones you love.
Was too expensive.
Works the other way too.
I lived in New England at the time for a couple years. and ended
Feel
up coming
bad.
back south because it was too expensive to live up there by myself after having 2 shitty roommates out of 3.
Hey, shitty roommates. Shakes your hand.
Yeah.
There's somebody in my room. Where? I mean, you could be in my room. Do you want some wine? You can have some. Okay, goodbye.
The Murkoff Corporation
The wave.
maintain a positive mental attitude.
I have fresh bread. Do you know how hard it is to get fresh bread here?
Oh, I was like, that's fruit. Oh, wait. Is that mustard? Oh, no, that's soap. There's just a bottle of soap there. Your onions are going bad. They're already browning.
Well, yeah. It's offerings for Lilia.
Oh. Oh. Demonetizing the Vods channel? What do you mean? Is it because we were talking about the neck gooch?
I think it was probably because of my ass.
Oh, no, that's fine. Your clothes is enough for YouTube standards. And Twitches.
Not for
And
Twitch,
Twitches. We've seen what Twitch likes to turn a blind eye to.
Monetize. Yeah.
Oh my god, I always forget that there's leaning
Well.
in this game.
Mm-hmm.
If I had
They
a dollar,
also turned a blind eye to literally come on the ass.
that somebody else was just wearing that same outfit standing over here, and I was like, that is the gimpiest suit I think I've seen in this game. Doesn't help that, that
we
they've
love our
turned
gimp
like
suits.
a blow up doll. Like a 70s. No, this would have to be a 50s blow up doll. And then turned it into like part of the panties, kind of.
Oh yeah, there's also this skimp suit.
This feels more like a medieval torture suit, and your brain's exposed in the back.
Yeah, you get it from completing the Lilia trial. You do the secret ending.
Oh. Is that the golden shower one? Oh no.
It is the golden shower. Yeah.
I was watching somebody do like part of it yesterday, I think. But I didn't end up seeing all of how you do it.
It is fun. I like to speedrun people through it. But it was wonderful to meet you. It was wonderful to hang
nice
out
meeting
and
you
be able
too.
to do some games with you.
If you
have
ever
a
need to grab
wonderful
somebody
rest
by
of your
the
day.
throat
Chat,
just
join
to just to drag them through, just hit me up. I'll play again. I want to play this game a lot more. I want to
Absolutely.
get better at it and actually do like the rebirths and the relapses and shit. Because I've only done
basically do it
I've only
every
done
Tuesday.
the one, and I think when I did it, it was the Saigon ending, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Which was like the second ending.
You do have enough that you can do it.
I do, yeah.
So when you do the communal rebirth with other people, you basically will go through any MK trial. It'll be completely randomized with with a random variator. So basically you go into, it's like escalation.
Oh, gotcha.
Mm-hmm. But you will sometimes go in with your regular loadout. So
sometimes
it's kind of like
okay, so it's not making you do the old house again where you have to like falsify documents and like re-put them in the boxes and stuff.
No, that's only if you want to do the solo rebirth.
Marlboro. Oh yes. Finally, God has revealed the ultimate happiness. The way to ultimate happiness. The new parts!
But yeah, you can go over there, and it still costs 100 to do the communal rebirth. But you'll take like documents, like how you would normally.
Yeah, if you do the solo
one,
one.
still get rid of them. Oh, I have done 53 release. So if you do the solo one, you still have to do your own personal documents, but you have to do the 2 sets. But when you do it, yeah, I prefer communal rebirth because I find it easier.
That makes sense. I know a lot of people like didn't do rebirth or anything back when it was still a thing because they didn't want to do it so long.
Mm-hmm. It's stressful because
Camel,
it would build
bitch.
up. It would get more difficult.
And Sad Nose Honking. That's a good name.
The good one.
There's a
All right, you have
person
a
in this
wonderful
lobby.
rest of your day.
You too. Thank you for hanging out. Again, feel free to reach out at any point.
Bye.
Bye.
Absolutely. Same to you.
Aye, Captain. Okie dokie. Oh, yeah, save that. Homies, you still sitting around? Homies. Homies. Let me see. Is Homie still here? Or do I need to... You too, Songbird. Thank you for hanging out. I baby. You maybe. Mayhaps. Perhaps. Do you want to come join the party? Are you in my Discord? I forget, homies. Are you in my Discord? Oh, we got it's 2 o'clock. Oh, we got plenty of time. All right. When you're in the Discord, you should be able to see the green room. Let me know when you're in there and I can drag you in. Oh, hi, it's the Wiggle Baby. All right, hold on. Hold your horses. Hold your horses. I'll get rid of it. Gone. Gone like the wind. Why was it so big? I have no idea why that thing was so big. Truly wonder.
Obedience facilitates autonomy.
Overloads have returned. Fuck. All right. I do need to run to the bathroom because I have not gone yet. Oh, Discord isn't doing the thing where it's showing your name. Which I think you need to pick a role first. Hey, Eric, welcome in. How are you? I'm hanging in there. We're doing group therapy and definitely not getting traumatized together. But I am also being dragged along by 2 effective, what's the word? Professional reagents. What do you think of the new trials? Oh my god. Why is the Easter Bunny here and why is his name Bubble? We just did the TV station. I think it's interesting. I'm kind of hoping there's going to be more than just like the one mission for it. I'm sure there is eventually. In space? Why are there so many simple names? I have arrived. You have arrived. Boo. Oh my god, I got 2 of you. Oh no, he's dead. Oh, you're talking. Why can't I? Oh, there you are. I see you lighting up. There we go.
Oh, right. There we go.
Good morning. Although, good night for you, probably.
It is 6 a.m. in the morning, but I sleep during the day, so...
That's fair. I know you usually stream until, like, basically the point after I end, so... It's late as hell.
Oh, my. And you're still up? What do you... Wait, what? Why are you awake so
That's just one of those things that happens with horror streamers.
That's fair. That's fair.
Trying to fix the double PNG issue, which I think the reason is because there we go. You're both in VTS, but also in the group PNG pop-up.
Oh, I'm red.
You have the little red outline. Yeah, that's because that's part of my my OBS thing.
No, that's okay. That's okay.
You also come with a drop shadow.
Oh, I do? Oh, nice. I need to add stuff like that. I feel like considering I've been doing my stuff for as long as I have, I feel like I need to do more.
There's a lot of different ways to do it. Like if you look at anything that's like from the PNG or from VTube Studio, there is a black line to the right and a red line to the left. Those are just 2 different silhouettes of the same model, just made solid colors. And then there's a drop shadow on the whole thing. Which the drop shadow is super easy. It's literally just an OBS plugin.
Before I join, I'm not sure what you're doing gameplay-wise, but could we not play Escalation? Because I do have like an Escalation 20 like.
Oh, absolutely. It's I've been trying to catch up on maps that I haven't done, that according to the game I haven't done.
Oh, okay, alrighty.
Because, like I was saying earlier, I have, before we just did the TV thing, I have never done a mission with the Minotaur in it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, never done one.
Have you, so you haven't done the other... Oh, I don't really... There are other missions aren't as good. The person that you were playing with before, mentions the stuff about Cress, and that was my biggest gripe with them, is they were so underwhelming. They just popped up for a second behind a window, like hello, and then just like left. So like them having a proper introduction was really nice. I was like, holy shit. Like I genuinely, they were my least favorite character, but then after the introduction, I was like, oh, I love that. Also, I am in. I don't know how to. I can just join you. Don't worry.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think. I don't remember. I added you on Steam, didn't I? Oh, there you are. Just
Yeah.
claw your way in.
Oh, I'm really happy that I can play with you. By the way, I've been wanting to, but I've been.
Same. It's like part of the reason I was sitting there. I'm like, I sit and chat with the puppy dog eyes. Like, I want to play with people, and there's people that play the game all the time, so they don't actually have a chance to play the game.
Yeah, I played this game a little bit. I was
a little bit. That's oh, I closed the thing. That's not what I wanted to do. Let's see. 18 prestige, level 45.
No, just a little bit.
Oh, here, let's go. Wait, let's see. Let's go snoop where your room is. Toady fingers.
Oh,
no.
you want to see my bedroom? Oh, you're gonna love this.
Oh, you got the Twitch drop outfit. Hell yeah.
It's so funny.
Welcome to town, milkman.
You want to see my little fellas?
You have double pervert the fun of it. Oh my god. Oh, never mind. It's the ice. I was like, is this cocaine?
No, I also thought it was
it's the ice bathroom.
I was disappointed when I found out it was ice. Yeah. Yeah, he's got a big lipstick. Look how happy he is.
Oh, you also have the fucking finger and the pair of anguish.
No, but I've evened it out because I've got a bunch of Jesuses around, or Jezi because there's multiple of them. But I've got a bunch of Jezi around my room. I've got 5 of them.
This is how you
5
keep the sin away, even though you have cuffs above your bed.
People always comment in my bedroom. I'm like, listen.
Don't question it.
I just think it's really funny because it's just so out of place for a game like this. I'm like, I gotta put Jesus on the wall.
Hold on, the thing is, that part's like in like the first the orphanage stuff.
Yeah.
I just have my dumb posters that I kind of like, and then of course my cocaine desk. Except mine's actual cocaine. Yeah.
Oh.
And then my gooch. My gooch is on display next to my Zoltar.
Okay. Yep.
And then Alfred and my deck of cards.
See, I feel like this is set out a lot better than my room. My room's just
It's also the one that you have though has like a whole lot more ceiling stuff. So the ceiling is like so much lower.
Yeah. Look, listen. I think this is beautiful. This is perfect. This is what a bedroom should look like.
Are you sure? Are you sure with these?
It's like
mannequin heads and the piles of cocaine.
Yeah, this is what my bedroom looks like. Yeah. Oh, minus the cocaine, but like the mannequin heads and the maybe not the torso, but yeah, you know what? Maybe not actually.
That's not torso. It's a pelvis. I almost called it torso like twice earlier too. I've been
first
addition to my gooch collection.
So true. They might have more as well. I think there might be a bedroom that has like decapitated body parts. I'm not sure.
There probably is. Because a lot of the bedrooms are strangely demented. Every single one is like demented in a little way when you look at it.
Well, do you have the Lilia one? The Lilia?
No, I don't. I've only done the auction, and I've only done it once. Oh, hey, working mirror. That's neat.
It didn't used to. It used to just be like a PNG.
Yeah, it would do the thing where it basically just looks like tinfoil. That's what I was so surprised by it, because I remember the mirrors in the game not really like working that well. Like this one, I'm pretty sure has always been like grainy as fuck. If you look at the bathroom mirror.
I don't know if this bedroom's bad. This is. I think this is a pretty one.
I want this clown costume.
Oh, I love that clown costume. I don't have that either.
Is it? Maybe it's one of the buy ones.
It's from an old catalog that I missed out on.
Oh, is it not available in the like repurchase catalog section?
Oh, you can. I just haven't paid for it.
Gooch and Coke, the room really has it all. Remember when you turned on ray tracing? Oh god, the ray tracing with the mirror. I forget. Did it actually work or? Oh no.
Oh, wait, have you seen this one? This bedroom? I'm not sure if there's anything like particularly bad about this one. I think
Oh no,
it's nice.
This was the what? This
Yeah, it's
isn't.
beautiful.
Oh, this is yours. Oh, you just changed it. Okay, I was gonna say
Yeah,
this
yeah,
one also
I
has
changed
double pervert the Futterman.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the one that
And
Songbird
a whole
had.
bunch of Jesuses.
You said there's nothing demented.
I love it.
Limbless baby doll.
Oh, yeah, I did also just notice the dead body under
The crosses and the blood on the wall. Maybe those are
I don't think
jams.
there's anything demented like about a
The dead
limbless
body
baby
under the
doll.
bed.
Yeah, well, that may be that might be an issue actually.
The inherent dementedness of Christianity stares at Jesus.
Well, that one, that's a big one. That is a large one. Yeah.
There's nothing harmless in here. Okay, but why don't we talk about the iconography of Christianity for a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Well, listen, the most harmless thing would be, harmful thing actually, maybe, but. Which trials were you looking at doing, by the way? I'm fine doing any.
I can do a bunch of them. I do need to run to the bathroom, though. I have not run to the bathroom since before stream even started. Would you be willing to babysit chat for a little bit while they do their fishing game?
I will babysit chat, yeah.
All right. I'm going to go over here, and then I'll make you a little bit bigger so you can watch them appropriately.
Perfect.
All right, chat. Be good to Wholesome. He's in charge.
Okay, gamers, I'm in charge. Please, while Marin's gone, please don't do crimes. You can do crimes when Marin comes back, but don't do unsupervised crimes. It is my favorite kind, is unsupervised crimes, but just for TOS sake, you gotta do crimes with a supervisor. Never done crimes in my life? You should do crimes. No, actually, don't. Don't do crimes. I like crimes, and I think it's really cool, but maybe wait for supervision so you know which crimes are okay. Like tax evasion, that's a fun one. A babysitter? Yeah, I'm just a little fella. Look at me go. All the works, yeah, like tax evasion, fraud, arson, but like fun arson, not hateful arson. Time to do arson? See, you guys get me. You guys, I like this. I like you guys. You're real gamers. I like that. Tell us not to. No, I said don't do unsupervised crimes. I'm all for crimes. You do as many crimes as you want as long as you have supervision. Wait till Marin's back. Marin's very, very good at supervising crime. May I arson? I gotta say because like I can't indicate any other way that you should, but I've got to say no. I'm gonna say no. I think that's not a good idea. But if you were to do arson, listen, there's worse places to do them. That's. What if my crime is to be unsupervised? That is. You can't be doing that. You can't be doing unsupervised crimes. You need someone to. I'm babysitting you right now to make sure you don't do crimes. As soon as Marin comes back, you can do more crimes. I'm okay with that. Listen, can you watch it? This is Marin's fault. Marin knows. Marin's watching my stream. Marin knows what it like. Marin's been there, okay. Out of anyone that knows my love for crime, Marin should know my love for crime. Crimes, I can't believe it. I can't believe. Listen. When Marin comes back, don't tell Marin I was saying you should do crimes, because I'm going to get in trouble. I was told to be good. I was told to look. Hello? Hello?
What were you doing? What was that?
What? Oh, I was just talking to chat about how they should file their taxes on time.
Okay, you don't need to do that.
Yeah.
You don't need to lie to be that hard.
Oh, okay.
You do listen. We this is a VTuber household. We all know VTubers don't pay taxes.
I still have to do mine.
Especially when your country is at war for no reason.
True. Oh my god! Wait, so crimes are? Can I encourage crimes then? Like fun crimes? Don't.
Oh, yeah, you can absolutely you can encourage crimes. I mean, I literally have the crime brulee emote. That's just arson.
Oh,
it just can't be arson unless it's from the Arson region of France. So it's crime brulee.
Oh, perfect. Oh my god, thank goodness, because I was really worried. I mentioned arson. I was like, wait, is arson an okay crime in your eyes? And like, I love arson. It's so fun, like such a fun one. But I'm always worried. I'm always worried that people don't like see arson as a super fun, silly crime.
Absolutely. It's just like breaking and entering.
Exactly. That's a fun way to surprise your friends. Just break into their house and surprise them. Eat all their food as well while you're there. Which is actually,
what you're supposed to do is take as many of the sweets that they have in the house and then like scatter them around the living room. And so when they get home from work, you're sitting there watching TV and eating their little Debbies.
Oh.
They're snack cakes.
It's like, I can't do that because I would die, but like other people can do that. I'm not allowed to have sugar, unfortunately.
I was just giving the example of like, what's the one thing that's like the way that you could like kind of trash a room and look like the biggest slob in somebody else's house, and it was like it's snack cakes. It's definitely snack cakes.
I'll do one worse. I'll leave the wrappers around, but I'll also leave the cakes around so that they're going stale on the ground. I feel like that's a worse crime than eating them.
No. Sadly, there's additional crimes though that come with snack cakes, and that's that literally. Each one is individually plastic wrapped.
That is a crime. Holy shit.
It not only comes in a cardboard box, every single snack cake is individually plastic wrapped.
I'm gonna have to Google snack cake.
Look up Little Debbie snack cakes. You'll find like the Christmas tree ones, the like zebra cakes. They're basically just little mini cakes that come in like either 2 packs or 1 packs, depending on like how big they are. Oh shit, are we 1 away from 9K from 9.9? Oh shit, we are. Holy shit.
Oh, they have these in the import store near me.
Yeah. They're very large across like the United States, and I think they're in Canada. I don't know for sure. But they are just straight sugar, dude. They are addictive as can be. If you want to be an American, blow up like a whale, the American way is to down a package of any of Little Debbie's products a day. And it is not hard.
I feel are they kind of like Twinkie consistency?
I think Little Debbie actually makes Twinkies. Twinkies, though, I would say are like the worst consistency out of like all their snack cakes. Because like zebra cakes.
Really?
So like when Christmas comes around, there's Christmas tree shaped ones. There's heart ones right now and brownies. Hostess is Twinkies. Thank you. Yeah, you're right. It is Hostess. Yeah, Little Debbie's is the snack cakes, though. But they're basically the same company.
I crave sugar, and I'm not allowed to do that. I'll die.
Yeah, listen. You'll die regardless.
A good crime, though. That's a good crime.
This is not a special condition to you in this case. This is just what Hostess and Little Debbie do. They kill you.
I mean, well, listen. That's again, good crime because you keep your hands free. You convince me to have sugar, I die, and that's a hands-free crime.
Oh God, Swiss rolls.
I like Swiss rolls.
You know the gif of the girls from K-pop Demon Hunters where she's like shoving the fucking kimbap into her mouth and just like one push. That's me when I get around Swiss rolls. It's just down the throat.
See, I know what all these things taste like because I never used to have this issue, but God, I really, really want Swiss rolls. Like, I want all these sugary things.
Oh, I want them constantly.
Do you have UFOs?
UFOs.
They're like sherbet discs. They're like a disc with sherbet inside them.
Sherbet.
Yeah.
Not that I can think of. Are they an ice cream? You're talking about like ice cream sherbet.
I don't think so. I think it might be different. I'm not sure actually.
Where it's like the frosty, icy kind of.
No, it's dry.
Okay, I don't think that's sherbet.
It's like a powder. It's like sour sometimes powder. I don't know. It's like Swedish sour.
Okay,
it's really nice. They're really good.
Now I'm curious. Hold on.
Come to Australia. Ask any lolly shop for a UFOs, and they'll have them.
Australian UFO snack. 2 distinct products: Fiji imported burger flavored corn snacks, or
that's not them, but they are
retro
really
sherbet
nice.
filled wafers, flying saucers.
Yeah. Oh, they're so good.
Okay, let's
try
that
is the
swapping
best
it
thing
to
in
flying
Australia,
saucers.
apart from fairy bread.
Oh, okay. Yes, I have seen these. Aren't super available here in the States. I'm not gonna lie, they don't look that appetizing.
Oh, they're terrible, but they taste really good.
It's one of those
They're
things with
they're
like
nostalgic.
wafers
It's
are
a
real hit and
nostalgic
miss. Like
fest.
this shit, it looks like they're packed into fucking styrofoam, dude.
Oh yeah, no, it has styrofoam consistency. It's terrible.
It's oh god, I was raised Catholic and not anymore,
Me
but
too. It's
they
like the
remind me of the
wafer
wafers
things.
from church. The very styrofoam ass wafers.
It's the same consistency, like exactly the same, except it's got sherbet on the inside.
Huh.
They're really good. I like them. I think they're delicious. Also, which map were you looking at? What's the vibe that you're going for today?
The thing is, like, I'm missing basically like at least one or two on every single one. Apparently, like I've never done seasons of narcotics in the police station. I know I've done Gather the Children at some point. I just don't know why I don't have a grade for it. Redeem your freedom, beguile the children, or we can do the fake escape. I kind of want to do the fake escape.
Well, I see that you're on introductory, which might be why you don't have the grade for it.
Oh no, I was clicking through them just a second ago to check.
Oh, okay.
That's what I was doing that a second ago, and it still just has the exclamation. Although I can probably click it and then, yeah, it still doesn't show it. I know I've done it though.
Yeah, I'm fine with whatever. I
want to do the escape. I don't know shit about it.
The escape? Oh goodness. Okay.
Yeah, it's the fake
see what I
one.
have on. Yeah, yeah.
Do we want to do this one, or do we want to do a shorter one?
This is fine. This is okay. I've done this a couple of times. I got an A+ on this on psychosurgery. I'm really proud of myself.
Damn.
Yeah. I did sacrifice 2 other people that both got D's.
Your sacrifice was not in vain, young ones.
Listen, I had meat shields. But yeah, no, I love this one. This is really cool.
Okay. Because I do know there was the original one, and I hate, but I missed. Oh, somebody else. I thought that was you for a second. I missed the original escape, and I'm still upset about it to this day.
Yeah, I was going to ask. That was really good. They did a really good job, and it's so different from this as well.
Oh yeah, that's I saw the whole run through on it, and I know about the Jaeger and stuff.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah,
I know the lore. I'm always up to date on the lore. It's the sad thing is I just can't collect it on my own because I don't like playing by myself.
I've been learning so much recently about the lore because I honestly, I'm not huge on lore myself. I like playing video games, and like if I learn about the lore, then sure. But holy shit, like hearing like you talk before, like you know more about this game than I do. I've got hundreds of hours in this game. You could tell me more about this game than I could.
I'm the little nerd with their suspenders and their big glasses coming in, who's like new to the job. You're just some grizzled old bastard.
That's how it should be. That's fantastic. All my friends tell me, like, they're like, oh, the lore's so good, and like my friends just started playing it, knows more about the game than me. She has like 20 hours in the game. She's been playing for like 2 weeks. It's devastating. It's hurting my ego. I'm gonna have to go and learn the lore.
I'm trying to remember his name. Oh. Wow, they really do kind of fake it real hard. All aboard the flash trunk. Oh, startlingly empty.
Oh, you were talking about the maggots earlier. This guy here. He's got the,
Oh, they're kind of. I was like, what is on his face? They're kind of janky on that one.
a little bit stretched. I mean, this one's. I mean, a little.
The fact that it's not the full broadcast should tell you already that this is suspicious as fuck.
You know what's really funny? I didn't realize. I didn't realize until like halfway through this trial that was different, which is kind of embarrassing.
Okay, but that is really funny.
No, but it had been a while though, in fairness. I'm like, I can't really remember this. This looks different. I'm like, was Easterman in this one? I don't know. And then, yeah. It was still a surprise when I got to through it. I was like, damn.
I do think
But it's
one
cool.
of the things I think in
really
lore they haven't covered it completely But I think the reason that Easterman absolutely fucking like hates Amelia is because of how fast yeah. How Amelia was able to quickly turn his influence to all the reagents.
So someone was telling me the other day that Amelia was like actually his favorite. And he like let her do all that stuff to see how far she could push herself. I'm not sure how true that is. I'm not sure like the validity.
I mean, this is the thing that apparently she's been like. No, wait, that's spoiler. That's spoiler for this.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know which way's which.
I think only one of us can go after each side.
Yeah. That's okay then. I'm not sure if it changes each time. I don't think it might. You have the worst side, unfortunately.
Oh, do I?
Yeah. Yeah, I hate that side. It's just like unnecessarily hard.
Oh, I see. Okay, that's why it's defective, because it'll only work once. Uh-oh.
It is.
Let me in.
Oh, goodness. Which way am I going?
Oh, there's sewer traps here. Okay, so I gotta find, I guess, the other bulb? Step inside! Step inside! Hello? Oh shit, who followed? Emerald Muse, thank you for being the 9.900th follower. There's a drop-down door here. Why is there a drop-down door here? Oh. No, I don't think that's tracking the right thing. Right, we're looking for bulbs, right?
Bolts?
Bulbs. We're popping the bulbs to open the door, I think.
Yes, and they're so shitty to find.
Oh my god.
But I can come over and help once I get this done.
Oh my god. I just opened a door to a Lilia statue.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Don't like that.
I love her, but she is horrifying, and I don't want to.
Son of a bitch, dude.
It'll be okay, maybe. Hopefully.
That's. Oh, what's his name?
Which one, the gassy guy?
It's bitch with a shotgun.
Oh, Franco. Oh, Bambino.
Bambino. Give me my brick back. My emotional support brick. Well, there's another one here too, but
my one doesn't break, so when I come over, it makes it a lot easier. But I have to get over there first.
it's though there's one, but you got to point it at the bulb. I had to point like right at the bulb to get it to go.
They do make like a sound when you're near them.
Yeah, I'm still struggling to find it. I don't know how many have you found? Is it one or is it two? I mean, there's one.
You have to find 5.
5?
5, yeah. That's why I said it's shit.
I found Laura.
But it's okay. I'm almost done on this side.
Okay. Then I should probably be taking multiple of the ones that I stumble across.
Yeah. I should be done with this. quickly go grab some goodies though.
I've literally only found one.
So they are like very, very hidden. There's one that's like it's a possible
Oh, I think I
spawn,
see
but it's
one.
like behind a bookshelf.
Oh, never mind. That's just TV glow.
Okay, I mean I'm done on this side, so I will push this guy over.
I don't think you can come over here.
Oh no, I can.
Okay.
I just have to push this person all the way over and open an extra gate to get over there.
I'm
this
up
side
to
is
carrying 3 of these
infinitely
fuckers, and I already know where the last one is. In the sewer. Oh, this has the number 3 on the back of it. Jesus, Peter Christ, dude. I keep thinking I hear him. It sounds like a little like electrical buzzing, but oh, hi, Coil!
Yeah.
Get off the fucking door! Oh my god, hi, handsome! And then I landed on a mine. Oh my god, I just stumbled twice. Get the fuck up, dude! Oh, there's one.
You found it? Nice.
Found one.
Your door's just open now, which is nice.
Well, that's the first one.
Okay. Let's see. I'm sure you have absolutely terrible spawns because I haven't found one already and I should have.
I got the first one by the door. Well, there's the Crest chemicals. I'm gonna drink this. Is that one over there? I don't think it is. It's dead end.
Do a cheeky little trace around the top. Oh.
I would usually be hoping that one would be near.
There's one. Oh, well, that's Lilia.
Oh, you found the actual Lilia?
There's one. I'm gonna post. Yeah, I'm gonna ping where it is. I found another one. I found 2. Okay. Where my ping
there's
is.
a bitch in that barrel. Oh, here's one right here.
Oh, that's probably it then. Oh goodness. Okay, I'm gonna try to mark this for you. There you go. And Lilia? Yeah, I've got Lilia here.
I was about to say, she's not doing her voices. There's the voices.
This is not. Oh, holy shit. Well,
She gets ya?
is an experience. One of them did. Yeah. I've got this one here.
Oh, hi.
Oh, I'm lagging. I can't move. Oh goodness. Oh wait, what am I doing? Wait.
There's a Healy thing here if you need it.
I can't get this. They're like kind of holding on.
Yeah, if you just run past her, then... Oh, she's on
Yeah,
me.
the big lady is also there.
She's on me if you want to try and get it.
It's the big lady there. She's kind of just sitting on it.
Yeah, she's still coming.
That should be.
Whew. Not even close? So is it swapping prime assets?
I'm not sure.
Because I've had Coil.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, the barrel lady, I'm coming.
Yeah.
Okay, you got her. All right, was it in here? Oh, chemical storage room. Fantastic.
I got the battery glitch. Oh, there is also one more light. By the looks of it.
It needs one more.
Don't worry, I found it.
Nice.
Yeah, those lights are near impossible to find, I swear to God.
There's another one right here. Oh wait, no, that's
That's
yeah, it's red.
Annie.
That's trap, yeah. Another poster. Oh
Extra
no.
XP.
Watch out.
Oh, yeah, that is, oh, thank you. They're fine.
I forget, how do you drop things again?
G.
Hey, here. This looks
Hold
G,
it.
that's
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
This could come in handy.
Take that. Kinda horrifying. I don't like having all these prime assets here and all their shit being around.
We should play this on Psychosurgery.
No.
It's really fun. It's so fun.
I want
If
a full
you
team if
think
we're
this
gonna
is
do
bad
that.
now, yeah, that's fine. It'll be harder with a full team. I'm so
Yeah, but
down
the
for that.
scaling as a full team isn't nearly as high.
I feel like they're more aggressive. Plus, I think it adds like extra enemies as well.
I know it adds extra like objective number. Is this a nuclear core? Are these control rods? Alright, who's coming out?
You might not have done this.
Oh, it's the Jaeger.
There's, yeah. And there's so many things that I want to tell you, but they're all spoilers. So
The thing is, this is supposed to be Amelia, isn't it? The thing is, it doesn't sound like her.
it's supposed to
Oh, it's
be.
Crest
think.
Twins. I don't want to get hit by
know
that.
whether or not it actually is. Crest, okay, you can keep going. Which one?
Another Crest Twins
You
are
come back
standing by
out,
the thing.
I can stun them. There's multiple. There you go. I've been
You got a couple friends.
a little bit
The thing is,
sick
they
there.
usually do. Yeah. See, they. Oh, she did hit me with the poison. There. Just throw up on the console. Oh, Jesus, my man. All right, let me know if you can't stun him.
Can't stun them after this.
I don't. Oh, she's on me.
Oh. I think I stopped the hit, but
I got poisoned again. There's somebody else here too.
okay, hold up. They still hit. The targeting in this game is something else sometimes.
That was somebody else. Was that Coil? I didn't see it.
There is possibly, yeah.
Crest Twins are still chasing you. They're stuck behind the Jaeger.
Yeah, it gets quite busy with multiple. Oh, I'm gonna run this way.
All right, holding. They're coming back.
We're almost done.
Yeah.
I
Have quick. Oh, that was lag as fuck.
I got it. Maybe. Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
Puke, damn you. Puke. Oh, I got stuck on the wrong side of the door.
Oh, this is so relaxing compared to the stuff I've been doing.
Damn it.
This should be. There you go.
I don't believe for a goddamn second that we just killed Amelia. Ow. Yeah, there's the hurl. Wait, is that a broken... Fight Murkoff A. Oh, that is a broken terminal.
Holy shit.
Oh, there's a poster here. You bring a friend?
They should leave. Yeah.
Also, I'm less than half health right now.
Oh, goodness. Well, one moment. Might actually need this.
I usually get spoiled by having a...
The heal rig.
Yeah, I usually use the heal rig, but I've been trying to test out some of the other ones.
Using the gemma. I love the gemma. I also have health here.
I'm sick.
There you go.
Yoink. Just tie something to keep the levers always on? I wish. But we're apparently not that resourceful. Oh, there's a psychosis thing.
There's extra health. Also, my battery is almost dead. One moment.
Oh, here. I have a big battery if you need it.
No, my headset. Sorry.
Oh, got you.
Oh.
I'm carrying both a small battery and a big battery. And I started the round with a battery booster.
There we go. Perfect.
That's one of the reasons I can't convince myself to get a wireless set of headphones. Long jump.
You know, for the longest time, I refused, but it's been really nice. It has 2 batteries, so you just alternate them in and out. It does get frustrating though, and the beeping is really annoying when it's dying. So
I had the like old Corsair one years ago when I was in like high school. And plugging it and unplugging it all the time was annoying. Although the funniest thing to do was with my friends in high school, because we were all degenerates. That was weird. It wasn't letting me push the button. We would take our headphones to the bathroom when we would go.
That the escape she offered was always make-believe.
Oh.
You would
still be
in the trials with me, always.
Oh no. There's another brick over here. Did you grab that brick?
Brick? Oh, we're fine. I'm gonna stun. Oh wait, no, we can't stun yet. Don't worry, we're not fine.
I mean, she's slow, so it's fine. We're already down to 15 seconds.
Goodness. Oh, well.
Oh shit. Oh, nope,
don't
she's
worry.
lost us. She never saw us.
Okay. This is. You know what? I'm gonna stun her just to be spiteful. There we go.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
Huh. I thought it was gonna be longer. I thought he was gonna taunt us more.
It's like a mid-length trial.
I think we just finished the bulbs faster than expected.
It did take me a lot longer the first time I did it, but I know how to do this one quite well now. It's also like so stress-free on normal difficulty. It's crazy.
Well, yeah, I mean, once you've done like the higher shit.
Yeah.
The things that I don't like do the higher difficulties most of the time because right now there's still a lot of trials I haven't done.
Well, you still have to learn the game, of course. Yeah.
It's also like I've gotten to the point that where like the AI is very predictable.
Mm-hmm.
And I know like how beneficial just being in the dark is. Just being in the dark makes it so much easier.
Yeah. I really. We should play some escalation sometime.
All right, let's go break that 20 escalation.
Yeah.
No, it's fine until you get to the point where it's like, all right, guys, every monster in the game has night vision now. It's like, well, I'm dead.
I mean, yeah. It's really frustrating, like thinking this should normally work and it doesn't work.
Like the crackler on the surface of a Vermeer.
But it's really fun. We can try escalation 20 if you want. I don't mind.
No, I'm kidding. I don't want to ruin your escalation.
Yeah, it will be very, very hectic if we do. I don't mind. Like it's something that I can grind back to. It's not a massive thing.
Nah. Let me go do the dump all my extra points into the engineer.
Oh, I should unlock the barricade.
Good luck with that. Hope that does the trick.
I maxed the barricade shortly after it came out, but I don't think I've ever used it.
The barricade was so bad, like so genuinely useless. But they've reworked it.
Feel
it's
like
really good now.
It should be used for anything.
So there's a map, one of the main maps. It's so insanely good on, but it's one map, so it's not really worth it.
I mean, when you upgrade it, you can put 3 barricades total.
Yeah, it used to be like you could put 1 barricade up, then you had to wait for the cooldown, then you could put another barricade up, and it was just like really bad. Now you start with 3, which is really nice.
You do get an adrenaline boost when it breaks, though, which is pretty
That as
neat.
well. Yeah. You can block more things as well. It used to only be doors, and you can do windows and other things now as well, I think.
I like that's an option, but at the same time, I'm the kind of bitch that's like, I gotta know every escape route possible when I'm in a room. Or like my panic exit of just body checking a window, not knowing what's in the next room.
Catch you later.
Yeah, but it instant breaks, so even if you lock the whole room up with you inside, it will be fine. Like you instant break and other things.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Which is why it gives you an adrenaline boost. It's also really, really annoying in PvP because it fully drains the invader's stamina. Also, I did notice this is something that you might not want, and you might not have it on purpose, but the stamina bar isn't shown on your screen. I've noticed.
Oh yeah, I didn't have it on because I'm so used to like the screen effects for it.
That's fair. That's fair. I personally I put it on because it's just really useful to know how much stamina you have left.
There was one I have sanity permanently on. Health I'm fine with auto hide when it's
Me
full.
Too. Do you have
But
the light on?
the main objective and stuff are the ones that I like to have permanently on because otherwise they actually disappear and I'm like, I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to do.
That as well. The secondary objective should permanently be on. I don't know why they turn it off. It's really silly.
There was another one that was the darkness indicator. That's the one that I always turn on.
Have you done? Let me find out what it's called. Vindicate the Guilty.
No.
We should do Vindicate the Guilty.
Wait, is it?
Oh,
Justice. I think I have. I think I have done Vindicate the Guilty.
You
Yeah, I have an A+
mention,
in Vindicate the Guilty on standard.
Yeah, you mentioned this earlier. That's the map that's really good for the barricade rig.
Huh. That's
Do you know the end bit where you're cranking the wheels?
What do we have? I did a mission at one point, and I swear to God, it was Lilia on the Courtyard House map.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it was an escalation one that I was doing. I hated that. She would not give up no matter what.
Lilia is so aggressive. Like even just normally, like any map, she's so annoying. The only thing you can do with Lilia, as soon as you hit darkness, start walking. Or I'm not sure if you know this. If you crouch and jump, you don't make noise.
Huh.
So you can crouch jump. Do you know the noise gates? You can crouch jump towards them and not make noise. It's really nice. That is like really helpful too. So
yeah, that's God though. We were doing the acid part. That's what we were on.
Oh,
and she would aggro every time somebody would pick up the acid.
I think it makes noise.
It does.
Right?
It does make noise because it's like an open top container. But it wasn't the fact that she was aggroing because she was nearby. If she was chasing someone and then somebody picked up the acid, she would 180 and run back to whoever had just picked up the acid. She was pulling a coil when you're electrocuting the suspect.
Her mechanic is to run towards the objective and like guard it. That is how she plays. It's the same as, have you played her trial?
Yes. I've done the auction.
At the end of her trial, no matter how much you try to pull her away, she'll just stop and then just beeline it back. Like she wants to be on there. You can drag her away and like try to distract her, but she always beelines it back.
Most of the prime assets kind of do that when you're working on like certain objectives. So like the Minotaur, when you're on the TV show, as soon as you start messing with the tapes, the Minotaur comes right back to the recording room.
Yeah. I think it's just because she's so fast, though. Like, she sprints back. There's not much you can do. Coil does the same thing, but he's, like, a little bit less aggressive than her. But yeah, I'm happy to do whichever one you want.
I don't think I've ever done any suburbs.
Suburbs?
Do you want to do suburbs? I haven't. Oh my God. Yeah, it only gives me the option to do Liquidate the Union.
We should do Liquidate the Union. I personally really like this map. I know quite a few people that don't, just because of the prime asset.
Yeah, I know a lot of people don't like the prime asset. But
I
that's
love
kind of part of the
Bendy,
point.
I love him. He's such a silly little guy.
Oh, I remember the thing I was talking about when we were still in the escape thing, like Easterman, quote unquote, hating Amelia. And it's because like the experiments are technically a experiment on charisma. And specifically, if you read the lore docs, it's him basically trying to recreate dominant personalities of Hitler and Mussolini.
Oh.
Which is why the prime assets are the way that they are. They're sick, demented people that all
makes a
were
lot of
able to
sense.
convince people to follow them. Bambino, mafia boss. Sadistic, pervert, etc. Mother Gooseberry, TV series, or was it kids show host that literally had kids trafficking drugs for her.
I didn't know that. That's
Yeah, so she had kids trafficking drugs, basically ordering like toys and stuff off of the back of like magazines, but we're sending the kids drugs, and then the kids were taking them places.
Oh, holy shit.
She also was running a cult in the TV station, so when the police showed up to catch her, she like escaped into the tunnels underneath the TV station. Coyle is I believe, ex-Marine, dishonorably discharged after, in the course of his time in the military, he had 2 different suspected of murder situations of killing his own wives. And he's had 3 marriages, and only one of them has gotten away. He was also a respected member of the KKK.
A respected member.
That's apparently he was well liked in the KKK, according to his lore documents.
Holy shit. That explains the voice lines. I wasn't sure. I haven't looked into it, but he does seem a little bit, just slightly racist. Like just.
No, he's extremely racist, and he's definitely a
Well,
closeted
yeah,
gay man.
He is. He is crazy racist, but so many people like him though. Like so many people like it's crazy how many people like Coyle.
It's
I think
because he's
a good
literally the
character
most
because of how
normal
happy
out of
he
all
is.
the prime assets.
Yeah.
Okay, so Gooseberry is absolutely mangled. The top of her head is scalped, and she's a very large woman. Coyle is just a dude in a leather jacket in a perfectly fitting police uniform.
Yeah, I mean he does have burns all over his face, or like one of the sides of his face.
He has
but
like burn scarring. It's like long left stuff, but that's nothing compared to the other weirdos.
I mean, yeah. Think about like Bambino. Yeah,
His head's huge.
that's right.
And he has this
Do you know
weird
there's
baby
people-
fetish. He wears a pacifier all the time.
I found out recently there's people that like genuinely find Bambino attractive, or like I don't know.
I
It's
think
weird.
that's
I'm
again.
not
I
sure
think
if
that also boils down to the idea of charisma as a theme in the trials. Is because they're endearing and they're like demented little ways.
Well,
The
he is a
Crest
silly
twins
little
are
guy, of
literally
course,
the
but-
CEOs of the country's most successful chemical company. They went
makes
from
sense,
essentially being the
yeah.
shame of the Crest family and being like hidden away to, I don't remember if they killed most of their family or siblings or something and took over, but they're the reason Crest Chemical is so successful and why Murkoff was using their stuff before they became a prime asset, which is also in the current lore. The board of directors currently hates Easterman because the Crest twins were actually part of the R&D department. They weren't prime assets originally.
Oh.
So in the current files, there's a point where like the board is talking and they're like, he keeps taking fucking things from departments where they shouldn't be from, which like they're pissed that they took the Crest twins from R&D and then pissed that they took Lilia from Mount Massive.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Which in this case, Mount Massive isn't owned
is-
by Murkoff
isn't-
yet. It's the same hospital from Outlast 1.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
It's not bought by Murkoff until about 2009, and Outlast 1 takes place in 2013. Also, fun fact, have you played the second Outlast?
I've played the second Outlast, yeah. I haven't played the first one, but I've seen plenty of gameplay for it.
Father, was it Solomon? The priest, the big man. He's a reagent.
Is he?
Yes.
Oh,
There's
I
a
did
document.
hear
There's
that-
a full section on it. He's basically a human compass. They like basically abused him to the point where he quote developed a psychic ability to be pointed in a direction, and the direction was where he built the town in Outlast 2.
I did hear that.
He was a shoe salesman before that. He was a shoe salesman that was picked up by
big
Murkoff
guy?
for these trials and then was sent out early.
Yeah, I heard that a couple of people from the second trial, right, were
This is
reagents?
Lathe 2, so this
the
is
second-
the
second.
second trials technically. The people from the first one are the X-Pops.
Yeah, yeah. No, I mean, people from the trials were like, there's multiple people.
Yes.
Like, in the
Yes, very
second
much so.
game that are reagents. Yeah, yeah.
Do you remember the
I-
sirens in Outlast 2?
Oh goodness. It's
So when you're
been
playing
so
Outlast
long.
2,
I
there's
play-
the random
that-
like sound blast and the bright light and stuff.
I can't remember. It's so that's a game that I played when I very, very first started streaming. Are we allowed to discuss the ending of that game?
Oh, absolutely.
Like,
I played both of the
you wanna get
games
spoilers?
and I talk about them a lot.
The birthing scene at the end of that game,
Mm-hmm.
for me being a baby streamer, I was like streaming this shit on Xbox.
Oh,
Traumatic. I was so worried that my stream was going to get taken down, my channel was going to get banned. I was like hyperventilating. I was like, holy shit. I'm like trying to turn my shit off.
the odd thing is though, there is no birth.
Yeah, but like it's just like
It's
going
fully
from,
visual,
like,
it's fully
that-
there, and it was like on
Yeah,
stream,
yeah.
but in like thing, there is no.
Yeah, well, I didn't know because I was so worried and scrambling. I wasn't looking at the screen. I was looking at how to like get it off screen.
Yeah, I think I did one of the similar things. That's it.
Dark Carnival. And
That's a good game,
please,
though.
enjoy
Very good
the
game, but
show.
the sound blast and the horns and stuff in that game that sound like throughout the whole game is this facility. It's a Signala facility. So the town that he was basically directed to build and stuff in that game was built just outside this facility.
Oh, holy shit. Is there any like Easter eggs then in the second game that indicate that?
No, they're all technically like we get the information on it as you go through. You know that's like called the Signala facility. It's Murkoff related. Blah 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 blah. But then you get all of the connections in this game to tie back to Outlast 2. Because this is 63, I think. I'm not home yet. Aw. The streamer's so worried about Dudes Classic. Yeah, but if it's in the game and you're not just like staring at it intentionally and pointing at it like an idiot, it's fine.
It was, for me, it was just because I was brand new. It was one of the first games that I ever like really played. So I went from like cozy games. So I'm like, I'll do a horror, and then it was just like full on in the screen. Holy shit, it was horrifying.
That was when I played Outlast 1. I think that's to this day the fastest I played through a terrifying horror game. Like I did not lollygag with that game. I think I finished it in like 4 hours on my
Holy
first
shit.
ever playthrough.
Damn.
Flashback to the last Cyberpunk stream, huh? Also, go take your break, Hector. Go beat up whoever broke into your tower and did your stream for you. I'm sure it's fine. Although I do want to hear how Tainted Grail was earlier. Anyway, I've lollygagged long enough. I'm sorry. I like to yap. I like yapping and talking about Outlast lore.
No, I really enjoy that. I need more people to educate me about this. I really don't know much about this game. Considering how much I play it, I don't know enough.
Yeah, it's one of those things too, is like I said, I'm more into the lore than I am a lot in the amount of like my gameplay. Which sucks too, because like what I wish I could do is I could get on as soon as like a patch is out and then farm out all the new lore. And then be able to make a video on it, but I've never had any people to just like yoink and do like play like 18 hours straight of collecting all the new patch lore. It doesn't even help that some lore is even in like the holiday specials.
If you want it, I'm not, no joke, as soon as shit drops, I'm always getting it immediately. I'll just screenshot and send it to you.
That works. I'm also be down to play through next patch or anything.
Oh, 100%. I'm always down to play. If you ever see me playing, if you ever see me playing by myself, then feel free. If I'm with stacks, sometimes it gets a little bit, it can get a bit hectic, and I get a little bit overwhelmed, but...
That's totally fine. It's okay, I'll start hitting you with like my wah emotes anytime it's like, you need somebody, in the most like unobtrusive way I can think of.
No, I'm always happy.
I have
This is
like
nice
the
as well,
little
like
crying
this.
emote that's just big eyes. Chats, post the wah.
It's so hard to make friends on Twitch that are like genuine.
Oh, I just want to play games and have a good time. At this point, there's not a lot of people that'll play this game. Like I have friends that'll play this game, but they don't like start stream or get home until like what is it, 10 p.m. or later.
What time is it for you when I'm streaming? Because I stream at a really weird time for me.
Right now
I stream
it's 3
at like
p.m.
8 p.m. my time. Okay, and what time do you normally stream in the morning?
I started at noon, so that was 3 hours ago.
Yeah, I'm normally. That's like 4 a.m. for me, so yeah.
It's even then, I'm always willing to play. Hello?
Oh.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, I'm just running around. I'm just
Oh, he's just making. He do just be making noises.
There you go. Gonna go through here.
Yep. Remember, chat, always support your union. They have your best interest at heart. The fucking boss of your company most certainly does not. Hold on, I want to hear what they're saying. Huh? I mean, this is also 1963, so it is still kind of at the beginning of the time to gut workers' unions.
Oh.
Horse. Racehorses.
Oh, that's the TV set they use at the in the intro. The new intro.
Oh.
We was trying to foment some fucking grievances.
I mean, he's kind of right.
I mean, he's so funny. I love this guy.
And I don't know if he's being sarcastic, but I mean, like, he calls, like, the labor speeds beautiful and, like, foments grievances and stuff. Kind of on his side right now until we find out he's probably, like, being sarcastic or some shit.
I'll be honest,
TVs.
I don't pay enough attention. I'm usually like running around and trying not to die. So
Funny.
I don't really ever listen to what they're saying, honestly. Funny. Wait, so you haven't done this?
Oh, hi, buddy.
Oh. So we have to find the symbols on these.
Don't touch me.
Quickly.
Oh, wait, incorrect frequency, what?
So, if you look at this one here, if we come around to the back of it, crouch down.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah. So we need the bunny, I believe.
Yes.
Oh, fuck.
Oh,
my
the money.
sorry.
It's right here.
Scared the shit out of me.
It's this one in the truck.
Okay. This. There you go.
Remember, guys, workers' unions is the alternative to dragging your boss out of the house and beating them to death. In front of their families, specifically. Moon, that was the one that I did. Heart.
Hearts?
It's this one.
Yeah.
What's your favorite revolutionary historical moment? The October Revolution in Russia. That's such a basic answer. Okay, you want a real answer? The Battle of Blair Mountain in the 1920s, where the US government just gunned down 1,200 miners. There's my fucking answer.
Wait, is that real?
Yes.
Oh, holy shit.
The
Sorry,
Battle
I know
of Blair
nothing
Mountain
about
was
the US
a...
history.
that a rat? Was a miners' strike in Blair Mountain, I think, Virginia, where the U.S. military and like Pinkertons and stuff showed up, and rather than letting the people strike, just gunned them down.
And they got away with that, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Oh, well.
They just brought in more miners. That is largely deemed the, I believe it's the biggest turnover, both of workers and the biggest turning point of the loss of labor rights in the United States.
Yeah, that's.
Oh God, that was the dog.
Scared the shit out of me.
Was this scared shit out of me too? Move. Okay.
I don't relate.
That's what the stun one's for anyway.
Yeah, that's. I'm assuming that you have.
Oh, there's a confidential door right here.
Oh, nice. Do you have the gemma?
There's one button.
You don't have the gemma, okay.
No, I don't. Not this time. I have the heal one.
Oh,
does the jammer open the door?
You can open it solo if you have the gemma.
I didn't know that. Where's the other button?
That's a really good question. Is it outside?
We'll take this battery though.
Pillar,
I think so. Usually it's as close to
here it
like.
is, but-
Oh, you got it. Nice. Open sesame. Hey, kids. Oh.
Oh.
I'm making a battery
Oh, this
booster.
is the top half. That's the top half of the
Yeah,
thing you have in your bedroom. Yeah.
There's
you can
stamina
take
boost if you want it.
everything
I already
out
have a stamina boost.
Oh, do you? Perfect.
Yeah.
I will use that. Drugs. Perfect. I'll take this just for the fun.
Wait, is the water in the toilet? Oh my God, the water in the toilet actually moves. I never noticed that.
Does it? Oh my God. Holy shit. Oh, what am I doing?
Oh, we need to go up the stairs, don't we?
We do, but there's batteries here that I can eat.
No, I'm going to take the health booster.
Yeah, I
was down one bar.
I like
might
health
as well get the
boosters
extra bar while I'm at it.
Mm-hmm.
Drag him out. Ooh. More lore. I am glad that they changed it, that it's no longer like completely random, and you could potentially find the exact same lore you already have, where it just goes, you already have that lore. But now it's random, and they give you one that you don't have. That's a sex doll.
Oh.
Money cakes is in here.
What? I don't. I wasn't paying attention last time. I always what? Wait, what's
Look at
going
this doll.
It's milk.
Anyway, carrying on.
Yeah. So we.
Oh, it's on her face too. Oh, okay.
Oh,
it's on this. Oh,
we gotta find the numbers. There you go.
Oh, numbers?
You know how to do these, right?
Oh yeah, it's the pyramids. Okay, so this is the third number.
Mm-hmm. 7. We have to go to the garage, lounge, bedroom, and office.
Oh shit.
Well,
okay.
in the bedroom, but so garage, lounge, and office.
Just
Lounge.
the lounge.
One in here. Mm-hmm. Lounge and office.
I always struggle with these. I even struggle with when they're on, because they're always in such weird places. Oh, there it is. 9-7. So blank 9-7 blank.
I have, like, because I play so much PvP. 2 was the last number.
Okay, so 972. Something 972. This last one's garage. Oh, that was coil for a second, but it was just you being dark. Hello.
Sorry, I am actually really tired. Holy shit. What are we doing?
Oh, we need garage. Garage is the last one. 9-7 blank
Garage.
972.
Oh my goodness. It was right next to it.
Washroom. Hi, ma'am.
Fuck. Oh, this is not good. Oh, I didn't get hit. Perfect.
Hi.
Our garage is... 1 moment. It's hiding from me. It's elusive. 5.
5972.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Hi, buddy. You ready to come out of the closet? Oh god, he already has concrete feet. I want to know another fun fact of the modern era and labor law. The Coca-Cola company still to this day continues to murder labor activists who try to unionize in any of their cities outside the United States.
Wait, sorry, I think I misheard what you said.
The Coca-Cola company murders union leaders when they try to organize in any of their factories outside of the United States.
How is this like a known fact? And they like I don't money, don't worry.
The answer is money. The answer is in fact money.
Yeah.
Oh, hi. Hey, Bino.
Oh.
He's just like right there
Oh,
next
I
to where we
don't
were
have
taking
time.
him.
Spade, diamond, heart. Okie dokie. So this map, this area where we are has an underground bit.
Oh no.
Yeah. So the first time I did this, I spent a good 20 minutes looking for the last frequencies, and they were both underground. Oh.
Excuse me. Ah, hi, Screamer.
Remember see that? Spade, diamond, heart. Okay. So we need this one.
Spade, diamond, heart. Are these... Oh, these are the scan ones again, aren't they?
Yep, we just gotta look around the little frequency things. They'll have a symbol on them. Sometimes you have to go outside to find it. This one, you have to go around the back of it to actually
heart.
see what the symbol is. Oh wait, it's heart. Okay, I thought it was broken wall. Wait, not that one yet.
Oh, we have to do them in
We have
order?
to do the diamond. Yeah, yeah.
It's okay, I'm just getting it close. Is that you? Oh, that's you. Okay. Whew.
Yeah, it's me. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, so spade first.
I'm assuming just the way this... Oh, holy shit. Well...
Fallout shelter. Oh, let me take that
Oh
bottle.
my god, I'm so far away from him.
Oh, there's a brick too. Yeah, he's a shotgun, then he's shooting teeth at you.
Mm-hmm.
Bottom.
Oh, you got... Okay, perfect. Okay, no, there's an underground area, or just...
I hear it.
Rarely play this map.
Oh, there's two in here.
Mm-hmm.
Rabbits. Oh my god, these
this
are
is
so
it.
loud. Diamond. Is that the one we needed?
Oh, yeah. It's
Oh,
fun.
hi.
Oh, it's not that I lied.
Alright, I'll go back and get heart.
Oh, if you ever want to get your score up a lot, an easy way to do that is just throwing a brick at the ground. I'm not sure if anyone's told you that yet.
Oh, I watched you do that yesterday, and with the was it yesterday or the day before?
Yeah. I did that and still didn't get an A+. I was so upset.
Oh my god! I just turned around after doing the heart, and Bambino just walks in all slow like, oh hi, excuse me. Yoink. Oh, you did get the last one. Okay.
He'll kill you.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you did the last one, right?
Oh, was the heart the last one?
Yeah.
What the fuck is this?
Watch out for that.
Yeah. I swear to God, at this point, this game is slowly becoming meta commentary on current American. Oh, hi. Get off the fucking track.
Oh.
I don't remember that person previously making those gargling noises. Have brick.
That one?
Yeah, the machete lady.
Oh, I don't know. I usually play this game with like my headset down quite a lot.
Oh hi!
So-
Oh my god! I just got triple teamed. It's fine. You
I
can say
can't
there's the
even
fucking
think
night hunter. There's the machete lady. Easy.
Don't worry, I am now getting triple teams.
I do in fact like getting being able to just crash my way through co-op doors.
It's really nice.
Which one are we looking for? Oh, hi, buddy.
I'm not sure. Night Stalker is chasing me though, unfortunately. So sorry.
You're fine. I was right next to you. Whoop! All tops here.
We need Club Bunny Diamond.
Okay.
This area here is where I normally get lost, unfortunately.
You know what? I'm gonna take this adrenaline. Grabbing heroin. I mean, adrenaline. Oh, son of a bitch. Excuse me.
Wait, what was the mark of this?
The hole in the back of this one.
This one is... Oh, it's there. We don't need that one.
How the fuck do I check that? Oh, it's diamond.
Which one? Oh.
Okay, there's diamond.
Was Diamond the second one?
I don't remember already.
Me either, hold up. Bunny Diamonds. We need Bunny.
Okay, I found another one. Give me
That
a
one
second
downstairs,
to scan
underneath
it.
you, is Moon.
Oh, it's not on the back here. Oh, here's heart.
This is Bunny. I don't know how I marked that.
You just stare at the emblem for a second and the blue indicator
I
will come
couldn't
up.
see the emblem.
Why are you wandering around,
We
dude?
just need the diamond.
Okay, it's downstairs. Who the fuck just coughed? Alright, I'm at diamond. Oh shit, it just said I triggered something. That's it. That is. Wait. That frequency is cops saying that they're going to break up the union strike. What the hell?
Is it?
Yeah, that's what that last
it's
one was.
fascinating playing with people and seeing like how much attention they actually paid to the game. Holy shit!
Listen, if you learn American history at any point, you'll realize that I'm slowly starting to think of this game as a meta commentary on American society, in just the most demented way that they can come up with. Wait, what are we doing now?
Okay, so C. Oh, it's fuck.
Here, I gotcha.
Okay, so C.
Oh, I have X-ray. Why do I have X-ray?
Okay, see here how there's
the healing one.
See how there's a hand with a thumb gone? We're looking for the PPE. What do you call it? The safety gear.
Yeah,
that
it's
would
PPE,
stop
personal
that from
protective
happening.
equipment.
Okay.
And they're what in here?
So there's hearts in barrels in both sides. And then there's a bunch of these along the walls. I'm gonna have to try to find an antidote. There's a bunch of those along the walls. And you just have to hit the right one with the hearts. That's it. Very simple.
And they're all in this big room? Oh, here's one.
They are... There's one there.
Okay, there it is.
There's one up here. There's one up here. There's one in this room here.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, and we're grinding people. This would be earmuffs.
2 targets remaining.
Ears. That's a foot. That's a hat. The hat what we need? Or, oh, earmuffs, you said.
Earmuffs, yeah. Earmuffs might be over there.
You see it?
In the room right next to you.
Okay.
I'm assuming they're in there, I can't see.
No, I'm heading there, yeah. Oh yeah, here they are. Go ahead and pop this trap. Oh, good lord. Eyes. Safety goggles. It's earmuffs.
Probably down here.
I think so.
I'm sure.
Yep, there they are.
2 targets remaining.
Oh, hi. We got. Is there more? There's more than one, I think.
There's 3. Yeah.
Oh, here it is. Ow, motherfucker.
I think we have to do one more. One more, like round of 3. Oh, holy shit!
I've only got 1 heart right now. Oh, I have no hearts. I need to go get another heart. Ow! Dude, where are you? Oh, you're right behind me.
We need a helmet?
God damn it, dude.
Holy shit, he hit you through the grating. He's been stunned.
I don't know just yet.
Head trauma? This one here. I do not have an angle. Holy shit, he's on top of me.
That is so much fucking noise going on.
It's very, very overwhelming, yeah.
We're on, what, we're on headgear?
Probably,
one.
yeah.
I see
We
one.
need one more after that one.
Oh. It's not that one. They all shuffle? I don't think they do. Oh, yes it is. I found it. Here, have a heart. We are legitimately drowning this man in people juice.
It's like Saw with the pigs.
Kind of makes me sad. All right, now we got to go all the way back.
Oh. Yep.
Oh, what the fuck?
Oh, that I'm not joking. Every single time. Every single.
What is happening?
Tripwire.
Oh, I'm not even seeing
Every
them.
single time someone runs down there, like without fail, they hit it. I swear to goodness. There will be a little bambino there.
He's right there. Just stood up like he's the fucking witch from Left 4 Dead. Listen. Okay, bye. Oh, I'm definitely gonna get like less than a B. Going through 2 traps like that is guaranteed.
We didn't get all the posters either, so that
Yeah, that's
automatically
true.
knocked us down.
I got a B.
Yeah.
That's
You got better
fine.
than I did.
It's fine.
I was held in the corner getting smacked by guys for a while, so. Unfortunate, but that was good. That was quick as well. Holy.
B for Baron Bow
24
Bounds.
minutes.
Bumper bit bean, burber bean butt bettis. Fast bean do bump and burber bean burber bit bump ivy belts is butt fungus. There's a clip somewhere of me doing that alphabetically backwards.
What?
I mean, the joke is you do the Burger King foot lettuce bit, but all replaced with these. And somebody was like, "Can you do them alphabetically in order?" And I was like, "I could do worse. I could do it backwards." And I think I did the bit like Z through W. I think.
But if it was a steak, I wouldn't eat it. If it was
I
milk,
love
I wouldn't drink it.
Burger King foot lettuce, but I can't even comprehend what you're talking about.
Oh, it's replacing the first letter of every single word in the Burger King foot lettuce thing.
Oh, but backward. Oh my goodness. I want to see that clip.
Yeah, which is why it was B. Which is what I said is bumper bit B and burber being butt bettis. Oh god, there's a Hawaiian room. It's fucking sand on the floor.
I think that one's a paid one.
I haven't seen it before, so it probably is. And I don't think there's been like a Hawaiian catalog.
Oh, yeah, this one definitely is. It's nice though.
I'm being gaslit. I'm being gaslit by this place. You were deserving of love. Now go in there and die.
Oh, have you played Invasion before?
Yes, I played a little bit, like 3
Did
matches
you A+
of it or
any
so.
trials? Oh, did you get an A+ in any of them?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Oh, there's some very, very interesting voice lines if you A+ as the imposter.
Oh. I do like the imposter
However,
mode. It's
what
just
point
most of the
you-
time, I end up just like sitting with my hands under my legs, just like waiting for Q to pop. It's fun. I really enjoy it. It's also kind of one of those things that when you play against a team that has like all of the upgrades and knows what they're doing, ooh,
It's impossible. Yeah.
they
Or if someone
just
wants to
bully
sit in a
you.
room
You
with
get
a
bullied
minus.
instead of them getting bullied.
It is really rough. I will say, when I was in America, I played like a whole bunch of it. Like I played so much of it. Ow, my head. And it, like I did pretty well. Like the people I was playing with, like we didn't really lose that much as imposter. But I know what you mean. Like you get really bad teams. Holy shit. Or good teams, I guess.
We had one.
Also,
huh?
Sorry, go on.
Oh, one of the matches I had once was it was like brand new players basically. Like I think the highest person that was in like their group of 3 was level 10.
Oh goodness.
Oh yeah, we felt kind of bad, and at one point it was down to like the last person, and we're like, "You gotta go this way, follow us," and they wouldn't. They just kept running further and further back to the to like the starting section.
See, I would feel bad, but just stabbing is so fun. It's I can't bring myself to go easy on people like that. You just have to murder them. Oh. Also, have you done? You've done these 3, I know, because you mentioned them before. There's a trial that you might not enjoy, but it's one that you kind of have to do.
Uh-oh.
Because it unlocks so much. Have you done Poison the Medicine?
Yes, that's the drug one, isn't it? Yeah.
It is. Thank goodness, because I don't.
Oh,
really...
I have a B- in intensive.
Oh, yeah. Okay, good. I'm like, I don't really want to play that one.
No, I've done
Like,
most
it's one.
of these.
It's one that I would, but
I've done Empty the Vaults. Stash the Contraband. Is that the one where you shove the drugs into the people, or is that Poison the Cattle?
Yes. Poison the Cattle is where you go and grab poison and feed poison to people that are strung up.
Oh, got you. Okay, I don't think I've done that one. Do we want to do that, or do we want to just do like another one of the
Yeah, that one's
later suburb runs?
Poison the Cattle we can get done in like 10 minutes. Not even that.
Ooh,
Very, very easy one.
More cosmetics.
Oh, have you? What level are you? 65.
65.
Have
Yeah.
you rebirthed?
No, I haven't. I've done
Are
rebirth.
you
I haven't
saving
done
it?
relapse. I've done rebirth once, and I think
Oh.
when I did it, it was the Saigon ending,
Oh, okay, okay, okay.
the one where you bombed the hotel. Which, fun fact, chat, that was the thing that did in fact happen in history, and was one of the reasons the U.S. went to Vietnam. It was probably an inside job.
As most things are.
Which is basically the thing that they're hinting here, is that we're basically sleeper agents for the U.S. government to go and manufacture consent for wars. Which is why, like, the very first one is we're one of the, is it 600 attempts to assassinate Castro in Cuba? Do you remember the first ending where you like wake up in the hotel room?
Oh, yes, yes.
Yeah, that's in Cuba. And we're largely thought to be one of the people that was sent to attempt to assassinate Castro.
Oh, so I'm not, I may have spoken about this the other day. You know, you can do relapse, the communal ones by yourself?
Yes. Do we want to do that, or?
I wouldn't mind it. I like doing the communal rebirths.
I'm fine with doing it. I think do I need to go talk to the cop for it?
We do, yes.
Easterman says you're done with the therapy.
Communal rebirths. Okay. Take you to a mirror image replay. Mirror image. Mirror image. I don't like that. That's freaky. It sounds like fun.
It is, it's interesting.
Is this just clear?
Yeah.
Why does it go up and go down whenever you come back here? That's so strange.
Wait, what? Wait, does it? Wait, what?
Yeah, there's like a shutter here, and it went up as you went around the back side of it, and I was on this side. Which I guess they're basically just trying to make it seem like from way back here, that like you can't see that it just put you into another shuttle.
Oh, I can't remember. I don't know. I thought it was always like that.
I remember the solo one. I'm pretty sure back when you do it, it would just fade into the loading screen when you walked through the slider thing.
I think it's a. Is it a different room in
Oh, I
Solo?
should have changed my. I should have got the health thing. Fuck.
Wait, what? You can change it now.
Oh god, I can't. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Nice. I did not know that.
Yeah, you can change it all the way up until you walk out of the shuttle, and after that you can't.
Whew. He just randomly stopped talking. Fisherman! Oh,
It's
blue.
It's like a little bit bugged sometimes.
Why is it blue? Are we just traveling down? Oh, it flipped.
We teleported.
Oh, it flipped. Oh no, it's all backwards. Oh no.
I really enjoy these, but
George.
let's try the evidence. We got quite an easy one, actually.
Oh, this is just the courthouse one.
But backwards.
At least it doesn't mirror your controls. I would probably shoot myself.
That would be impossible.
Oh my god. Oh no.
Oh, we have security cameras. Holy shit.
There's also our... Oh, are we already on Spider Island?
Oh, yeah. Have you done this one before?
In a painful shock and alert nearby X-Pop. Oh.
So, do you wanna give this one a go?
Yeah, why not? Oh, you mean the Tinker thing? Again, I don't remember that guy previously hacking and coughing like that before.
He always has for me playing, but if he played prior to that, I'm not sure.
I could have swear they used to
Like he would like
speak. Oh, it's okay. I get it.
That's why I wanted you to do it. Oh goodness, I hate this. I love these trials, but these make me feel angry.
Got it.
Perfect.
Excuse me. Ding dong. Okay, it's kind of like this truncated version. You are here. Oh no. Oh no.
What's wrong?
Okay, so like sections are just like cut off is what it seems.
Mm-hmm. They have the very fun timed gates in this one.
Alright, I'm just gonna follow you.
We're gonna go, yeah, go this way, because this is the way I prefer to go. Watch out for the pervert in the bin. Oh.
I? Oh, you got it. Okay. It did the... He's not shock me.
Oh, it's closed. Of course it's closed. Of course. Okay.
Screamer.
There we go. I've got acid. Let's go.
Oh! There's the guy behind me.
Oh.
Screamer's on the other side. Oh, hi, buddy.
I'm gonna get smacked, aren't I?
Screamer's behind you. Come on, keep moving back. Oh my god, he's coming back in. Oh, he just stopped right here.
So when I said you could crouch jump, this is one of those times where you can't. Oh, it's me.
Oh, god damn it. Oh, I just dropped it. Spilled it all over myself. Jesus! Nope, I'm down. I just got fucking juggled, dude. What the shit was that?
Yeah.
I was trying to use my my stop.
Yep.
Taking mine back. Stay stunned. Fuck you. Oh my god, dude. Fuck off.
He is very aggressive. I'm gonna close the door, try to smack him. Oh, he's gonna keep going.
God damn it! Fuck off, you rat fucking bastard.
He is really shit.
Oh, hi, sorry.
Okay. He's by far my most hated Xbox.
It's fine. It's fine.
Not just a jump.
Fuck off, dude.
Oh.
Oh my god, his pathing is so wonky.
Fuck, didn't mean that.
I was trying to hoping that he would path somewhere else. Oh, hey, big dude. Please go somewhere else. Please. Please! Okay, he's going somewhere else.
Perfect.
Gonna go ahead and just close this. Oh, you're fucking joking me.
That's not good. Holy shit.
It's fine, just gas man. Just keep it quiet.
Oh, it's fine. No.
Say, just as long as it's not Night Hunter, and this game is fairly forgiving with Night Hunter's appearances.
Watch out for...
Quail. He's coming in.
Fuck, I was in the light.
We got fucking laws here. haters.
Oh, those nice. I'm gonna run over the glass so he comes over here. Okay, if you want to go up to the thing and start pouring, you'll be fine.
That is a whole corpse.
If you press Q and E, by the way, while you're doing that, you can look behind you.
That's actually really good to know. I did not know that.
It also stops you from looking at all the gore and stuff when you're putting your hands inside people. I use it all the time.
No, I'm fine with it.
I will show you the glory of the law.
Okay.
I'm a dump a hole in you. Don't you fucking dare.
Here, I got you. I'll finish pouring it.
Perfect.
Ew.
Perfect. We just have one more. If you could get that.
I'm on it now.
Yeah, perfect. But it's so aggressive, holy shit.
Okay. Spider. I. Lamb. Okay, mandatory. Who are you? Where do we go now? Where do we go
need
now?
to go around here? I'm not
Oh,
exactly sure
oh.
where our boxes are.
Hi, Quail.
Have you seen your box? I haven't seen it yet.
I was looking to see if the map was indicative of, frankly, anything.
Wait, shit.
Are the X's? No, I don't think the X's are relevant.
Holy shit.
What? Oh, shit.
Just a couple of things going on over here.
Oh, did you find some friends?
Couple, yeah.
God, you scared me. Oh, hi.
Oh, perfect. Okay, there's your box.
Oh. Hello? She's in the barrel there, so watch out. Oh, big lady. The hell was that?
What's the big lady? That was me throwing a bottle in the screen. They're getting upset. Here is
acid.
So you need to take your thing all the way back to the start.
Oh, there's an imposter copy of us there. Okay. Okay, big bitch is here. Oh!
Only silver lining is you can run with that box.
Yep.
Okay, she's stunned. Okay.
How the fuck do I get out of here?
Oh,
that's the camera.
Great question. The answer is you probably don't, unfortunately.
Oh, man. All right, hold on.
Fuck.
I don't feel like dealing with psychosis right now.
You are going the right way, perfect.
Am I?
Yeah.
Oh, and back to the...
well, kind of.
Nice.
A
hole over here.
This way? Here. There you go.
No.
Yeah, this way. Oh, fuck. Wait, how did... What?
Oh, here's your stuff. I found it.
Nearby.
Yeah. Oh, wait, my stuff? Perfect. Oh, we can go together. I don't know how you got there. Hold up.
In the TV room. In the room that had the camera. I ducked into the hole.
Oh. Okay. Alright, let's go together.
Watch out, there's the camera there.
Oh, poison. Oh, ow.
Ow, fuck you.
Oh, hello.
Oh, hi. Alright, were you finding a way out?
Yep. This way.
Watch out, poison.
Yep, this way.
Following. I think the sprint animation when you're watching it is very funny because you just have like this power walk going on. Hold on. Oh, that's the camera.
Oh, this way.
Excuse me. Oh, God, that's so nasty, ma'am. I swear to God you didn't used to sound like that. Watch out.
Got it, together.
Oh, we need to do a third acid. That's why we saw a third acid. Fuck.
Yep. Those boxes are important to get out, so.
That's fine. That works for me. I think the third acid was near one of the library sections.
I can't remember. I think it was this way.
Oh, God damn it. Come on, man. Be cool.
We're kind of locked out from where we were.
Oh, this poison dude.
The middle gate's open? They're not. Holy, how do we get that? This way. This way?
Screamers over here.
Ow.
I think that's just a dead end. Not even any lore in here. What the fuck? Oh my God, he got that fit lean on the chair. Oh, the gates are changing.
Yeah, they rotate.
Oh, it's a camera. Okay, this is where one of the other acids were. Shut up.
I'm so lost.
I'm quite lost too. Excuse me.
This way, this way. This one's open.
What was that? Oh, a battery. Ugh. Oh, I should have pinged it. I'm pretty sure it's on the right side of the map.
I got it. I got it.
Oh, nice.
We go.
Evidence.
Perfect. And the door's open. It was perfect.
I am very far away.
I am at the courtroom.
I
Sure,
am.
Coil won't be standing on top of it.
I am all the way over at the fucking in the evidence quarter. I'm just gonna open this door.
Fuck. I forgot you couldn't run.
Just found the machete guy.
Done.
I'm in the center of the courtyard.
I'm making my way to you. Hello? Oh.
I went to the library. I'm back at you. I'm back at your fake body. Hi.
Yep, how about you? Hello.
Oh, Laura.
We should grab that.
Oh, thank you.
I shouldn't have done that. I heard it the second I did it.
Well,
That's fine.
I tried to help and it just wouldn't let me. There's that right there. Oh, not
Hey, buddy.
That's, oops.
So the door's open.
Oh.
Oh, this was the... Isn't it? I hear Coil. I think.
You should be at the front.
It's right. Oh, hi, Coil.
Oh, yep. There we go. We're at the front.
Excuse me. Oh, hi.
Spider.
I still think the funniest thing is that my biggest scare this time around was turning around directly into your face.
I tend to do that, I'm sorry.
Oh god, it's the milkman! And he's wearing purple.
In fairness, that place is like infested with enemies.
Why are the lights red? Promote the beef to mod EU democracy? Nice. Nice. Oh boy, my favorite pastime. Sleeper agent programming.
Our servants will obey us absolutely. They will kill for us and die for us because they will believe with absolute conviction that our goals are their
I'm so
own.
sorry, Beef. I would have voted for Beef.
For beef to become a mod or for EU democracy?
I would have voted.
Guatemalan ambassador detained. Belgian federal police released Rosal after evidence vanishes. Mr. Rosal was arrested at Brussels airport, disembarking from an airplane inbound from Beirut. Belgian officials promised consequences for the arresting officers after the ambassador was detained based on seemingly imaginary evidence. Mr. Rosal continued on to the embassy in Luxembourg. Interesting.
There is so many of these you can collect.
Roll the credits. We've got a last minute entry. Beef has homie smokes. You just give mod to Beef. Oh no, the downside of having a head mod. All right, we don't give them credit because they used AI for set dressing.
Oh, you can just hold escape.
Yeah. Zooming fast is kind of funny. Beef does have a sword now. I'm the eye. Well, I mean, I have the eyes. I must make a meme. Oh no. I'm just thinking it as Beef being like the meme of the guy who's like celebrating 5th place on the podium. Yes, the speed running. Do you consent to all of Murkoff's things? Anyway, we're gonna drill this into your head. Although the speed running, the intro sequence is a nice touch. I do kind of like that. That wasn't there before.
To the therapy. I'm Dr. Easterman. I want you to think of me as a friend, a father, a confidant. Somehow I can't help but feel like I've met you before.
Oh god, I gotta do my whole thing over and like find the face that I had and shit. Was it this one?
Yeah, I should have given you a heads up about that.
I figured it was gonna do it. I think it was this one. What hair did I have again?
Well, you have to put your loadout on it again as well.
Oh yeah. Oh my god, what hair did I have? I had like a shortish hair, didn't I? I don't think it was this one, but where'd that fucking hair go? I don't like recognize the hairstyles anymore. Shit. Oh, reward for being reborn. Nice. I got another suit.
You get quite a few of them as well. It's nice.
What's the... Oh, it's just another one of like the tattered, broken-ish, almost hospital gown looking outfits. I still don't understand why they make us go into the trials barefoot, technically, is like the baseline.
There is a lot of outfits without shoes. I'm not sure if that's like...
Because it's technically all the base outfits you have when you first come in is you're running around barefoot. And then there's the foot bath at the end of the beginning of exiting a trial.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is like someone at Red Barrels just really likes feet, or if it's like something to do with law. I have no idea.
Absorb the chaotic energies we're forcibly applying to you through your feet. You know what? I'll go with this.
Wait.
It's actually closer to the actual length of my hair now. Frame basic. Why did I not have that before? Huh. Oh yeah, and I don't have any stances yet. Unfortunate. Oh shit, 10,000 experience? Jesus.
Yeah, it's really good. Level 69, nice.
Yeah.
That's what I do. Like when I relapse, I'll just run a couple of levels and get all my levels back. Well, that's what I did before I had it, like most things unlocked.
Oh, does it, whenever you prestige, does it actually get rid of like everything, like all of the pharmacy stuff that you have unlocked and everything?
Everything. Yeah.
Oh, I hate that.
But it gives you a prestige token.
What does that let you do?
Permanently unlock something. So if you get up to I'm like prestige 18, half my shit's unlocked. It takes like 2 missions, 2 rebirths to get everything back.
It's gonna explode. You can...
Okay, but does that permanently unlock pharmacy stuff, or does that only permanently unlock like the items?
Everything. Anything that you can pay with tickets, you can permanently unlock.
Okay, so if you wanted to, every time you prestige, wanted to have, say, like, all of a thing, you would have to be, like, prestige 8 for an ESOP to be maxed out no matter what.
Yep, I wouldn't recommend doing that, though.
Well, this dude has the weird gold and green outfit that you were showing off the other day. That's, like, some special edition one.
Oh, that is the rank 1 for PvP outfit.
Oh, when it the ranking system for it.
It was really, really shit to get. Holy shit. If you do prestige, come to this lady here.
Just a second. Oh, the Shadow Maiden.
Yeah.
The lesbian in the corner.
Oh, you know her lore?
Yeah, of course I do.
Good.
I know that the Jaeger is her ex-lover.
You've taught me more about this game than I ever will do.
Yeah, the Jaeger lady is
game mechanics.
Is her ex-lover.
That's like one thing that I did know, like one of the few things. But yeah, I would, if you prestige, I would use your tokens on her because it, like, hers are like
just
level
always
caps.
Getting
like,
slippers. Slippers first.
Yeah. Slippers you can get at level 10. I would, like, anything else you use, I think, would you use boosted, right?
Yeah.
I would get boosted with that token because that's level 50. Like, you won't get it again for 50 levels if you don't.
Oh, gotcha. Makes sense. God damn.
But also, I think you, like, they do have incentives to relapse. I think you get an outfit or something. In, like,
I didn't get any
pose
credit for heal health with health rig in that mission.
So, yeah, rebirths don't let you do like any tasks.
I hate that.
I don't know why either. It's weird.
This weird fucking tarantula ass outfit.
That catalog, was that catalog free to unlock?
I think so. I think it was one with, they did like a refresher after like one of the later seasons, and I think everybody just had it. Which is why it's just a new you. which I'm kind of using it so I can get enough tokens to get another big. Oh my god, there's the Pair of Anguish. The Pair of Anguish. I'm getting the Pair of Anguish.
Nice. You need it. Yeah.
All right, but I have bad news. That was going to be the last one for me for today.
That's terrible news.
But you're also tired and you need to go to bed, and I'm cracking the whip at you.
I am really tired. I need to go to sleep. Thank you for inviting me. I really appreciate it. I'm sorry I wasn't more energetic.
Oh no, you were good. I just like having people to play the game with. And I did say this was going to be a community for chat, but like nobody was, besides Songbird and you, were like...
I mean, I'm community, so...
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Songbird reached in for the first time, like we just met just then. I was like, you know what? Sure, I don't want to play this by myself, and nobody in chat seems to want to swing in. Because chat likes it more when I get scared and run away scampering or get absolutely juggled.
Well, that's why you have me here. I can jump scare you. That's
that legitimately got the worst scream out of me too, which I think is the worst part.
It was such a like legitimate like.
I think it was because I heard footsteps coming and I was thinking like maybe it was somebody else, like maybe it was one of the Xbox or something, and it was just your face right there.
Oh goodness. Okay. Well, again, thank you so much. If you ever want to play, by the way, just message me. I mean, you have me on
Discord, I think. Let me double check.
Christian Mingle or whatever.
Yeah, Christian Mingle.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make sure I do the add friend on Discord before I forget.
Perfect.
Oh, no, it's farmersonly.com here.
That's it. Yeah, that's it. Okay, all right. I'm gonna let you go so you can do your own thing.
Later, hobies. Thank you for hanging out. Later. All right, chats. How are you feeling? Are you okay? Are you surviving? Did you miss me? Did you miss my full attention? I'm sorry for being so distracted. Oh, too big. You okay? Let's put the goggles away. There we go. Hi, Atlas. All right, who did I miss? Who haven't I talked to today? Who have I effectively ignored because I was so easily distracted by Gim Gam? I got offered a position recommendation you'll never guess. Secretary. There'd be more people I wouldn't have to or get to join anyways, and by the time I realized I'd have to buy and download the game midway through. Listen, I mean, like I said, I want to play this game a lot more. So we'll probably do more community days for Outlast. Because I really do want to play more multiplayer games. So if you ever want to pick up the game and come play, now's a good time too, because it's like 70% off. We looked at it before at the beginning of stream. Oh, I still have it open on Steam. It is, yeah, 70% off. It's $12 right now, as opposed to its normal $40. I'm pretty sure I got it for like 10 when it first came out. The thing is though, is now it has like at least 10 times the content than it did when it first came out. That's all that happened when you basically weren't looking, unfortunately. Oh, man. Oh, man. That's fine. That's fine. Sunstar will now be an ignored mod like you? What the fuck? Why do you say that? Oh, what the hell? Oh, interesting. Okay. All right, chat. I already know who we're going to raid. Today is April Fool's Day. And so I'm going to give you the best April Fooler I know on Twitch, which in this case is Tagathy Otter, or Tagathan Otter, or That Wet Rats. Tag, I would say Tag has been doing. Don't tell the rest of chat once you get there. But Tag is doing a 12-hour I'm just at work stream. And it is very funny. Secret chats for all the mods. Oh my god, you fucking dorks. All right. Let me do, I know what we're gonna do our smug emotes. Our smug emotes. Actually, no, we're gonna do the arrive emotes. Arrive emotes. New supervisors reporting for duty. All right, chat. Go have fun. Go be goobers. Lurk if you want to support tag, any of the sorts. Always greatly appreciated. And I will see you guys tomorrow. I don't know what we're going to be doing. I have no idea what we're going to be doing because I put it on schedule as to be determined and I still can't figure out what my mood is. So we'll see. Maybe oh, wait, there's new missions for a crime scene cleaner, isn't there? Oh, we can do crime scene cleaner. We're going to do crime scene cleaner, probably. All right, chat. That's be the raid message. Oh, whoops. Come on. I can't highlight it. Please and thank you. Let me highlight it. There we go. All right, chat. I will see you tomorrow. Thank you for hanging out and have a good night. And don't burn anything down. Otherwise, I will find you. Good night.